Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. You can call me Mike. That's not my real name, but it's close enough for what this is. I'm in my mid-30s, and right now, as I'm writing this to you, it's a little past midnight in my one-bedroom apartment just off I-25 in Denver. If you ever drove through here, you've probably passed my exit without noticing. Nobody notices this place. That's part of why I moved in. The apartment is nothing special. Beige carpet that never quite looks clean, off-white walls with the occasional scuff from previous tenants. Cheap plastic blinds that rattle if you breathe on them too hard. There's a floor lamp in the corner that gives off this tired, yellowish light. It doesn't really light the room so much as push the darkness back a couple of feet and then give up. Above my stove, the microwave clock glows green, 12:07 a.m. The HVAC hums behind the thin drywall like a steady mechanical sigh. It kicks on with a hollow thunk somewhere in the building's guts, then settles into that low, constant whoosh you stop hearing until it stops. Every few minutes, my fridge clicks, coughs, and starts buzzing, the compressor shaking the thin metal sides just enough to make the magnets tremble. From the hallway outside my door, I get little gifts of other people's lives in sound. An elevator ding down by the lobby, muffled footsteps on the stairs. A distant TV laugh track leaking under someone's door. Through my double-pane window, under the drawn blinds, I can hear the highway. A smeared, distant hiss of rubber on asphalt, muted by the fresh snow that fell earlier tonight. It's the first snow of the year. The world outside feels padded like someone threw a blanket over the city. Inside, it's just me, a half-dead pothos plant drooping out of a chipped ceramic pot on the windowsill, and my laptop waiting on the coffee table. This isn't a special night. That's important. There was no thunderstorm, no power outage, no weird omen. It was one of those nights I've had 100 times before. Quiet, a little lonely. The kind of night you fill with noise from other people's screens, so you don't have to listen to your own head. I work remote IT support for a company that pretends it values work-life balance and then hands out rotating on-call shifts that run until 2 in the morning. I've gotten used to the hours. My circadian rhythm is permanently bent out of shape. Midnight feels like early evening to me. My friends, the few I still have, are asleep by the time I'm finally free. So I sit on the same sagging gray couch, in the same worn groove with the same laptop balanced on my knees, while autoplay shovels content at me. YouTube, Twitch, random Japanese streaming sites my algorithm discovered before I did. I tell myself I'm practicing language immersion. Really, I'm just avoiding silence. That's how I ended up getting into Japanese streams. A couple of years ago, I downloaded some language learning app, did the usual half-hearted vocab drills, got bored, and started looking for real people talking in real places. YouTube delivered night walks through Shinjuku convenience store halls at 2 a.m. live streams from guys who just point their phone at the sidewalk and talk about nothing. I liked those. There's something weirdly comforting about watching somebody else's late night while you're stuck in your own. Neon silhouettes of Family Mart signs instead of the green glow of my microwave. The beeping of cash registers instead of the elevator door in my building. Their insomnia wrapped around mine like we were sharing the same long, sleepless hallway from different ends of the world. That's where the habit formed. Finish a ticket, open a stream. Answer an email, jump to another channel. I started recognizing some usernames. I even typed in Japanese, occasionally clumsy Romaji at first, then real characters once I learned where they were on my keyboard. It didn't feel like much. Just a guy in Denver with an upside-down sleep schedule watching strangers walk under streetlights I'd probably never see. Tonight was like that. The snow started around 10. Big, lazy flakes drifting past my window, catching light from the parking lot lamps, and then disappearing into the dark. I muted the TV and just listened for a while. The hush outside thickening as the traffic slowed, the highway hiss softening as the pavement got covered. Inside my apartment's noises grew louder in comparison. The HVAC kicked on again with a little groan. Somewhere in the building, someone closed a cabinet too hard. My fridge did its click-buzz routine. I was between tickets, nothing urgent in the queue. The little all-clear icon in my support software glowed green. I leaned back, stretched until my spine cracked, then opened a new browser tab and let YouTube feed me. Recommended videos slid past in an endless horizontal conveyor belt. 10 Japanese convenience store snacks you need to try overnight in a Tokyo capsule hotel study with me. 3 hours no talking. My cursor drifted lazily over each thumbnail, half my brain tuned to the images, the other half registering the low white noise of the building. That's when I saw it. A vertical thumbnail phone-shaped, wedged between a ramen review and some gaming stream. The top half was a sky so gray it was almost white, the kind of flat overcast you get before a storm. The bottom was a narrow trail, dark, compacted ash dusted with snow. In the center of the frame near the bottom, I could see the toes of a pair of sneakers, scuffed and wet, pointing up the path. The title was in Japanese, but my brain caught it in pieces before I even realized I was reading Fushishan, Fuji, Peishin, livestream, Jin. Some other words in there. I didn't immediately parse something about off-season challenge, whatever. I didn't care about the rest. It was enough Fuji live winter. The viewer count in the corner was low, 200 and something. It ticked to 281 just as I hovered over it. That number did something to me. It made the whole thing feel small, intimate. Like stumbling into a bar show with a guy playing his guitar for half a dozen people instead of a stadium concert. A private, dangerous thing just for whoever happened to be awake and reckless enough to click. My cursor hovered for a second. The preview auto-played. The sound hit first. Even shrunk down to that little rectangle, the mic was getting absolutely assaulted by wind. Not a gentle breeze. A full-on, bitter, high-altitude gale. It rasped across the tiny phone microphone so hard, the audio distorted, turning into this harsh, almost metallic hiss. Underneath it, I could just make out a man's voice in Japanese, laughing breathlessly, words chopped up by the gusts. Samuina, haha. Yanta, yanta, it's cold. Haha. Look. The camera shook with each step, the trail tilting and righting itself. For a second, my living room might as well have been gone. The couch, the plant, the buzzing fridge. All of it sunk under that thin, relentless, rushing sound of wind on ice and rock. The microwave clock over in the kitchen flipped to 11:40 p.m. with a tiny plastic tick. I glanced at it, then back at the thumbnail. The preview looped, sneakers, ash, snow, wind screaming into a cheap mic. The faint, excited chuckle of a man on a mountain he probably shouldn't be on. I could feel the familiar part of my brain, the rational, boring one that clicks away from car crash compilations and caught on camera videos, starting to float up a hand like, hey, maybe don't. The other part, the one that had spent countless nights letting other people's lives bleed into mine through a screen, was already leaning forward. Fuji in winter live. Only a couple hundred people watching. Raw, unedited, stupidly dangerous. A private window into a place I'd never touch. See, most of the time when something bad happens online, you see it later. Cut up, censored, presented, digested. Trauma turned into content. But this was different. This was right now. No thumbnail warnings, no shaky red arrows, just a guy, a mountain, and a viewer count that said I could still slip in unnoticed. I shifted on the couch, the springs protesting with a low creak. The HVAC hummed softly above me. Somewhere down the hall, the elevator chimed and opened with a faint whoosh. The highway's distant roar faded for a moment as a plow passed, scraping along, pushing snow into dirty, uneven berms. The world felt steady, boring even. My apartment was warm. My socks were dry. My fridge was full. There was absolutely no reason to invite someone else's bad decision into my night. I moved the mouse. The thumbnail brightened ever so slightly under the cursor, acknowledging the hover. The man's laughter, chopped by the preview loop, spun again. The wind clawed at the microphone. The snowflakes blurred against the screen. I clicked. Later, when people asked me, therapists, cops, a couple of reporters who thought there was still a new angle left in a story that should have burned out months before, they all circled back to that moment. That "why did you click" moment. They wanted some big, meaningful answer about morbid curiosity or survivor's guilt or latent self-destruction. The truth is simpler and worse. Back then, in that exact second, it felt like just another bored, casual choice. One more nothing decision in a night full of them. I clicked because I was tired and lonely, and the thumbnail looked interesting. I clicked because the viewer count was low. I clicked because the wind sounded real and the rest of my life didn't. I clicked because I could. That was the last normal decision I remember making. When the stream opened, it took a second for my eyes to understand what I was looking at. The video frame was vertical phone-shaped with those black bars on either side. The top half was nothing but sky. Not blue, not even really gray, just a washed-out gray-white void like the inside of a fluorescent bulb. The bottom half was a steep, ash-colored slope streaked with dirty snow. The whole image shuddered with every step the person holding the phone took, and over all of it, louder than anything, was the wind. Through my laptop speakers, the wind sounded thin but vicious. It didn't rush smoothly, it tore. Gusts hit the phone's tiny microphone like open-handed slaps, breaking the audio into sharp, ragged bursts. Every few seconds, it would peak and distort, turning into a metallic hissing roar, like someone exhaling as hard as they could directly into your ear. It was such an ugly, raw sound that I instinctively glanced around my apartment just to ground myself. My living room looked exactly the way it always did. Sagging couch, cheap coffee table, half-dead plant, microwave clock, glowing 11:41 p.m. The HVAC hummed steadily overhead. The fridge muttered in the kitchen. Thin Denver snow slid down the outside of my window in lazy, wandering streaks. Then the man on the mountain spoke, and the two worlds collided. "Ya baina Coco," he said, voice half laughing, half breathless. "This is pretty crazy here." The camera dipped as he adjusted his grip. For the first time, his feet came fully into frame. A pair of plain, dark sneakers soles already wet, stepping onto a patch of crusted snow. No spikes, no crampons, nothing. His username floated above the chat, something like Tetsu or Tedo. To this day, I'm not entirely sure. My Japanese is decent, but not native, and between the stylized katakana and the wind chewing up his audio, I never caught the exact pronunciation. In my head, I started thinking of him as T. He lifted the phone and his face filled the screen. He looked older than I expected, somewhere in his 40s. Round glasses fogged slightly at the edges, cheeks flushed a bright, unhealthy red from the cold, dark hair stuck to his forehead under a knit cap. There were little snowflakes caught in his eyebrows. He grinned into the lens, the kind of goofy, unself-conscious grin I've seen 100 times, on late-night streamers who forget there's a world outside of their chat window. Mina Jian Eru, he asked. Can you see? He turned, panning the camera slowly. The trail ahead of him curved upward, a narrow ribbon carved into a steep, dark slope. To the left, the mountain dropped away into white nothing. To the right, a waist-high metal fence ran alongside the path, its posts half buried in snow. The chat was already moving fast. It scrolled in a blur of kanji and emojis on the side of the frame. Oh, Jude, Fushi Shan Yan. Oh, vai naizo majide. Winter is really dangerous, seriously. Zhuangbei Naijan. You don't have any gear. I read them automatically, the way you read subtitles in a foreign movie after a while without thinking. On some level, it felt like I was there with them, a ghost hovering over T's shoulder, sharing the view, eavesdropping on the collective nervous system of a couple hundred strangers. Dong no fu shi shan chirenzi des. He shouted over the wind, pointing the camera back at his face again. This is my winter Mount Fuji challenge. He said challenge in English, stretching it out, laughing. His breath came out in white bursts that the wind instantly shredded and carried away. He moved, and the view jolted. His shoes squeaked on the snow, not the reassuring crunch of powder, but that rubber-on-ice squeal that makes your teeth clench just hearing it. With each step, the ash under the snow showed through in streaks, dark and gritty. In my apartment, my floor didn't move. The carpet under my bare feet was warm and flat. The heater exhaled softly through the vents. Somewhere down the hall, the elevator chimed and opened, spilling a momentary wash of hallway light under my front door before closing again. My world was still. His wasn't. Shogaleng Tai, he complained suddenly. My hands are cold. He adjusted his grip, and for some reason, instead of switching hands or stuffing them in his pockets, he chose to show us. He held the phone out at arm's length, aimed the lens down, and raised his free hand toward it, fingers spread. They were bare. No gloves. The skin around the knuckles bloomed red and raw. When he flexed his fingers, they moved a little slower than they should have, like he was moving them through syrup. He blew on them dramatically, making a sound into the camera, then laughed and shook them, as if that would magically warm them up. The chat responded with a spray of laughing emojis and a few more warnings. Shodai heihan. Wear your gloves, lol, Yamatoketsu. I'm telling you, stop it. Miteru kochiga huaiwa. I'm scared just watching this. You'd think that last one would have hit me harder than it did. Instead, I felt something like excitement. There was a recklessness radiating off him that was almost contagious. He wasn't just hiking a famous mountain. He was breaking rules just by being there in that season, at that altitude, dressed like he'd stepped out of a Tokyo coffee shop and onto a postcard. He turned the camera again, pointing it down the trail behind him. It ran lower down the slope, widening out into a more forgiving path, dotted with other hikers, tiny figures far below. Then he turned back to the steep, narrow ribbon ahead. Ohushi Zundakara Hotondo Shuemoinai, he said. Because it's off-season, there's almost no one here. He said off-season in English too, like challenge. He made it sound fun, like a secret bonus level he'd unlocked. The wind ripped his words apart, but the rhythm of his bragging still came through. The chat did not love that. Iya ya ohushi zun janakute, tongjam reberu dayo sore. No, that's not off-season, that's full-on winter mountain level. Bakao. Idiot lol. Shinunayo majide. Seriously, don't die. I found myself translating in real time, half aloud for nobody. They're calling him an idiot? I murmured into my empty living room. They're telling him not to die. The microwave in the kitchen beeped out of nowhere. I'd forgotten I'd set it earlier to reheat some leftovers, then never put the plate in. The sudden bright beep, beep, beep cut through the wind noise just as T stumbled slightly and the camera lurched. I flinched like I'd been jolted awake, then laughed at myself. The wind on the stream continued unbothered. My heater shut off with a soft whoomp as it cycled down, leaving the apartment feeling momentarily hollow, the silence between its last breath and the fridge's next buzz weirdly noticeable. Back on the mountain, Ty steadied himself, then almost like he knew he'd spooked us, turned the camera on his shoes again. 2 plain dark sneakers. No crampons, no spikes, no special treads. The soles were damp. When he shifted his weight, you could see them slide half an inch on the icy surface. Hua ru, he chuckled. It's slippery, slippery. There was that laugh again. High nervous wrapped around the words, such that you couldn't tell where the humor ended and the fear began. It was around then that my unease finally woke up. Not all at once, more like a slow thawing of some frozen instinct. I've never climbed a mountain, but I've read enough, watched enough documentaries, seen enough headlines to know the basics: winter ice, lack of gear. That's not quirky, that's obituary. Out of habit, I opened a new tab without even pausing the stream. My fingers moved on their own Mount Fuji winter deaths, typed into the search bar. Articles popped up in English and Japanese. Winter climbing on Mount Fuji. Off limits for a reason. Authorities warn against unauthorized winter ascent. A blog post with a picture of the exact kind of metal fence I was seeing on his stream, captioned, "Beyond this point, experienced climbers only. Serious risk of death." I clicked one headline about a 2017 accident and skimmed it. Elderly man falls found frozen. The word hypothermia appeared 3 times. Treacherous ice twice. The wind on T's stream rose in the background like it was trying to drown out the words on my second screen. He was still talking, still laughing. He panned the camera around, giving us little glimpses, the drop on one side disappearing into cloud, the fence on the other coated in rime, the trail ahead narrowing and steepening. His breath was coming faster now, puffing in short white bursts. The chat was practically vibrating. Li retsute. Turn back, rongtanzyanakte we nayo. I'm not joking, this is dangerous. Stupaishinsha yamata gaido ni shirodareka. Someone stop being a viewer and be his guide already. I knew enough Japanese to understand they weren't just playing up the drama. They were genuinely scared. Somewhere scattered across their own apartments and bedrooms and cubicles, they were leaning closer to their screens, typing warnings that couldn't reach his feet. And what did I do? I stayed. I didn't click away. I didn't report the stream. I didn't try to hunt down some emergency number in Shizuoka or Yamanashi Prefecture, wherever he was. Instead, I muted the new tab with the search results and went back to full screen on the stream. I watched his sneakers squeak on ice. I watched his bare red fingers grip the cold metal of the fence for balance. I watched the sky above him go from gray to almost white as fog moved in, eating the horizon. Looking back, this is the part that bothers me the most. Not the fall, not the last words, not even what came after. It's this moment right here where I knew, absolutely knew, that what I was watching could end badly. I had seen the headlines. I had read the warnings. The chat was screaming at him in 3 different ways to stop. And I thought, this is dangerous, and then I want to see what happens. I'm telling you that because if I don't, this whole story becomes too easy, just a haunted guy who saw something awful once, and it stuck with him. That's not what this is. This isn't just about trauma. This is about complicity. The heater in my apartment kicked back on with a dull boom. Warm air started whispering out of the vents again, soft and steady. In my headphones, the wind on that mountain kept right on howling, tearing at the mic, turning his words into static and chopped syllables. T looked straight into the camera again, squinting against the cold. His glasses' fogged cheeks burned raw. He gave the lens a little half grin, like we were all in on the same joke. "Shing Keru," he said, "I can make it." The chat exploded, half disbelief, half awe. In Denver, alone on my couch laptop screen reflecting faintly in the cheap plastic blinds behind me, I leaned in closer and watched him climb. T kept climbing, and the mountains started stripping away anything that still looked like a normal hike. The fence that had been his safety line on the right side began to thin out, the posts spaced farther and farther apart. He stopped once to catch his breath and tilted the camera back down the way he'd come. The trail behind him zigzagged through the gray, dotted with those metal posts, each one half buried in snow, a kind of rhythmic reassurance: you're still on the path, you're still where other people go. When he turned the camera forward again, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. There were fewer posts ahead of him. The fence just faded until finally there was only one last lonely pole sticking out of the snow like a gravestone. Beyond it, the trail turned into a pale stripe, threading its way up into the white nothing to mark its edges, except the drop on one side and the slope on the other. He walked past that last post without hesitating. On the screen, the right-hand side of the frame became empty sky and swirling flakes. No more steel barrier, just air and distance. It felt wrong even in 2 dimensions. My eyes kept wanting to grab onto something solid on that side of the image and finding nothing. His shoes squeaked on the surface with each step, that rubber on ice whine that made my shoulders twitch. Sometimes the squeak cut off abruptly, replaced by a brief, horrible silence as his foot slid instead of gripping. Every time that happened, the camera jerked just a small jolt, but enough to make the horizon tilt for half a second. The chat had changed. The excited comments, the LOL idiot jokes, the emojis, those were mostly gone now. In their place was a frantic, nervous rhythm of warnings. Yamero. Stop. Lirette. Turn back. Soko wa muri da yo, hontou ni. You really can't go there. Kunattara onwari da zo. If you slip, it's over. Watching the flow of text felt like watching a crowd pressing up against an invisible window, knowing they couldn't get through. Their words filled the right side of the screen in frantic vertical bursts. But up on that ridge, T just kept going, bent slightly forward into the wind phone, clutched in one bare hand. I shifted on my couch, suddenly aware of how much weight I'd let settle into my legs. My right foot had gone pins and needles asleep. I moved it, and the motion knocked my fork off the plate I'd left on the coffee table earlier. It clattered against the cheap wood and bounced onto the carpet with a loud metallic clink that made me jump more than it should have. On the stream, T's foot slid. For a second, the 2 sounds merged in my brain, the fork hitting the table and the noise his phone made as it jerked. The camera pitched violently to the right. The frame filled with streaking snow and then suddenly white as the phone smashed down into it. There was a thick, close thud through the speakers, the kind of sound you feel in your chest more than you hear. T let out a sharp, startled shout. It wasn't even a word, just a burst of pure surprise and fear, cut short as the mic met the snow. I flinched so hard, my knee slammed into the edge of the coffee table. Pain shot up my leg, bright and immediate. The plate jumped, tipped, and slid halfway off the surface before settling back with a ceramic scrape that sounded indecently loud in my living room. At that exact moment, my fridge compressor chose to shut off. The buzzing that had been under everything all night cut out mid-vibration. The heater, which had been blowing softly through the vents, cycled down with a hollow boom. For a heartbeat, it was like the building itself held its breath. On screen, everything was white and muffled. I could hear wind in a dull, smothered way, like we were underwater. The chat exploded into a solid wall of characters. No jokes now, no emojis, just repeated commands and questions. Dajang fu. Are you okay? Are you okay? Kikiro? Get up! Yabai, yabai, yabai! Oh no, oh no, oh no! There was a rustling sound, the crunch of snow close to the mic. The phone moved in jittery, dizzy arcs as T fumbled for it. Eventually, the camera flipped, and we were back above the surface, staring up at that washed-out sky and the gray smear of the mountain slope. He was breathing hard now. You could hear it clearly over the wind, over everything. His breath came in rough, ragged gasps, each inhale sounding like it scraped his throat raw. He didn't say anything for a few seconds, just breathed and let the phone wobble in his shaking hand. Wei Nai, he muttered finally. That was dangerous. He gave a short, shaky laugh that didn't sound like his other laughs. There was no swagger left in it. It was the laugh someone makes after a car almost hits them in a crosswalk. He put the phone closer to his chest as he got back to his feet, which meant for a moment all we could see was a tilted view of his jacket, thin fabric flecked with snow chest heaving under it. Then he extended his arm again, and the mountain leapt back into view. The trail had narrowed even more. The snow around his feet looked less like powdered sugar sprinkled on dark stone and more like a thin layer of glass spread over something unforgiving. The wind drove flakes sideways, horizontal streaks that slapped the camera lens and melted there, turning everything briefly blurry. He trudged forward, step by careful step, until the angle of the camera shifted upward and something new crept into frame, a cluster of dark shapes against the white sky, maybe 20 feet ahead. For a second, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Then he zoomed in a little, and I saw at the summit marker half buried in rime, a vague structure with a railing and a sign just visible through the blowing snow. We were almost at the top. Between him and that summit was a stretch of pure, uninterrupted ice. It ran like a frozen tongue from his position to the marker, a glossy glass-smooth sheet, tinted the faintest bluish color beneath the translucent white. No rocks showed through, no neat, ridged footprints. It looked like someone had poured water over the path and let it freeze in a single, perfect spill. T stopped. For the first time, he seemed genuinely unsure. He angled the camera downward and lifted one foot, slightly rotating it so we could see the sole of his sneaker. Even through the shaking, I could make out the worn, flattened tread, dark and wet. No studs, no teeth, nothing that would bite into that ice. Hua risudana, he said. Feels like I'll slip. Where most people would have taken that as a final warning, as a line in the snow that said this far no further, he treated it as information to factor into a plan. He panned the camera along the edge of the frozen strip, and there they were, a few jagged black rocks poking up through the ice like tips of broken teeth. They weren't arranged in a neat line, just random outcroppings separated by treacherous gaps. But I could practically see the calculation happening behind the camera. Stepping stones. He turned the camera around to his face again. Snow clung to his eyebrows. His cheeks were chapped and raw. His glasses were speckled with melted flakes. His lips were trembling, whether from cold or adrenaline, I couldn't tell. Shing Kuka, he mumbled. Guess I'll go. The chat went berserk. Yamero. Wooly, wooly, wooly. Stop, you can't, you can't, you can't. Jujuhu betste reberudaro. This is the level where you call rescue. Haishin kitte hanare. End the stream and go back. I saw all of that. I understood every word, and still I stayed. He pointed the camera forward again, so we were riding in his outstretched hand as he edged toward the ice. The wind screamed across the mic loud enough now that I instinctively turned my laptop volume down. The rubber of his sneakers squeaked faintly, then stopped squeaking at all. It was like the ice wasn't even giving him the courtesy of a sound. He set his first foot down on the sheet. The camera shook as he tested his weight. His other foot slid forward to join it. For a heartbeat, he kept his knees locked, his whole lower body stiff like he was a statue cracked into place on a slick pedestal. He began to move. Short, careful steps. One foot forward, then the other edging toward the first protruding rock. In my apartment, the heater cycled off again with a hollow knock. The hum of air from the vents faded away. Out in the hallway, nobody walked past. No elevator dinged. Even the faint rush of the highway seemed to dim, as if the snow outside had suddenly gotten twice as thick. For 1 or 2 seconds, the only sound in my world was his breathing and the faint squeak of rubber on an unforgiving surface. He was halfway across the ice when his foot went. It wasn't a dramatic slip at first. It was just a tiny skid, a centimeter of lost friction. But on a slope like that, a centimeter is all gravity needs. Atsu Huaru, he said almost conversationally. Ah, I'm slipping. The horizon tilted. The camera jerked left, then right, then down as whatever careful balance he'd been clinging to vanished. The view became a smear white sky gray slope, a blur of his arm and jacket. The sound of the wind jumped an octave, suddenly accompanied by a new noise, a hard, dry scraping, as the phone contacted ice and started moving with him. The world on the screen transformed into a spinning, chaotic mess of snow and sky and stone. For a split second, the camera caught him, his body on his back boots, facing downhill, sliding fast. His arms flailed once, reaching for something that wasn't there. He didn't scream. Maybe he didn't have the breath. Maybe it happened too fast. Maybe yelling felt pointless. Instead, over the roar of the wind and the scrape of the phone on the ice, I heard him say, almost under his breath, in a tone so soft and almost resigned that it didn't register as fully real until long after Shiuga-naina. Well, it can't be helped. The view lurched one more time. Then the camera swung toward the drop. The last image before everything cut was a smear of empty air, the distant hint of rocks far, far below, and a flurry of snow rushing past like static. The scraping sound cut off mid-grind. The wind roared once, then flattened into a dull electronic hiss. The video froze. For a second, T's fall was trapped there mid-motion, a single blurred frame of movement and failure. Then the entire screen went gray. A simple, bland message appeared in the center connection lost. At that exact moment, something heavy slammed into the ceiling above me. It was probably just my upstairs neighbor dropping a box or moving furniture, but the timing was perfect cruel. The bang came down through the plaster like a physical shock. I jerked my hand, smacking the edge of the laptop, the screen wobbling. My heart thudded against my ribs. The room felt suddenly too small, like the walls had leaned in without moving. I forced myself to look away from the error message toward the microwave clock. 11:47 p.m. The numbers glowed green and indifferent. I sat there hunched on my couch laptop, balanced on my thighs, eyes stinging, leg aching from where I'd hit the table. The normal sounds of my apartment didn't come back. The fridge stayed silent. No click, no buzz. The heater stayed off. No whisper of air through the vents. No footsteps in the hallway. No elevator. No neighbor's muffled TV. Just an artificial gray screen in front of me, and the tinnitus-like ring of my own blood in my ears. It went on like that long enough for me to notice it. Long enough for me to wonder if something in the building had shut down, if the snowstorm outside had knocked something out. Long enough for my brain to reach for any explanation, except the one I didn't want. Then, in that manufactured quiet, I heard it. Faint, thin, almost nothing but there. Wind. Not from outside where it should have been rattling the window or howling in the vent shafts. Not from anywhere I could point to. It sounded like it was coming from inside the laptop or inside the walls or just behind my ears, an almost inaudible hiss rising and falling in the exact rhythm I'd just spent the last hour listening to. I closed the browser tab. The gray error screen vanished. My homepage came back. A recommended video about making instant pot chili popped into view, the thumbnail bright and cheerful. The faint hiss didn't stop immediately. It hovered there for another heartbeat, then faded as if it had had to remember that it was no longer supposed to be here. I refreshed the page, checked my audio settings. No streams open, no videos playing, no stray tabs hidden behind others. The fridge finally clicked, woke up and started buzzing again. The heater coughed to life with a low boom. Somewhere down the hallway, a door opened and closed. The building exhaled and remembered how to sound like itself. I told myself I'd imagined it, that the wind had gotten so far under my skin, my brain kept playing it on a loop, even after the source was gone. That's all. I believed that. For a little while. I'm only mentioning it now because that wasn't the last time I heard it. I don't remember falling asleep so much as blacking out in pieces. Every time I slipped under something, yanked me back up. Sometimes it was the echo of his voice, soft, resigned, that awful, almost polite, well, it can't be helped, floating up from the bottom of my skull. Other times it was the wind. I'd feel my body relaxing, my muscles unwinding into the mattress, and then the building's air system would cycle on, and the rush of it through the vents would hit some raw nerve. My brain would snap awake, convinced for half a second that the stream was still open somewhere, that he was still sliding, that the fall hadn't stopped yet. When I did sleep, it came in jittery fragments. In one dream, I was the one holding the phone, my fingers so numb I couldn't feel the screen snowflakes blurring my vision while the trail kept narrowing in front of me. In another, I was back on my couch, watching the gray connection lost screen, while behind it, something moved very slowly in the reflection of the black bars on the sides. Like the image wanted to come back, but was trying to find a way to do it without permission. Every time I jerked awake, my heart already racing, the apartment would be dark and ordinary, the microwave's green display spelling out a new hour, 2:23-309-402, like it was quietly marking each failed attempt at rest. By the time the sky outside my blinds started going from black to a dirty pre-dawn blue, I'd given up on anything like real sleep. My pillow was hot and damp under my cheek. My jaw ached from clenching it. I rolled onto my back, stared at the cracks in the ceiling paint, and listened as the night sounds of the building traded places with the morning ones. Somewhere outside, down in the alley behind the complex, a garbage truck started its slow, miserable route, backing up with that endless, high-pitched beep, beep, beep that eats into your skull. A siren wailed faintly from farther downtown, rising and then falling as it sped away. Above me, my upstairs neighbor started their day. I heard the bed springs creak, then the soft, regular thud of footsteps crossing their living room. Water rushed briefly in the pipes in the wall above my head shower, or maybe just someone running the sink to brush their teeth. A cabinet door closed, then opened, then closed again, muttered curses barely reaching me through the floor. The faint, comforting hiss of a coffee maker kicking on filtered down, followed by that distinctive clink of a mug being set on a counter. Life was happening. Normal, boring life. People were waking up, making coffee, checking the weather, cursing the snow sitting on their cars. The highway buried under that thin white blanket started to reclaim its sound-muffled traffic building up in waves. I lay there and listened to all of it, feeling completely disconnected from all of it. Around 8, the pale light leaking around my blinds had shifted into full daylight. I didn't feel rested, but there was this growing itch under my skin, a very specific anxiety that wasn't going to let me stay in bed any longer. Eventually, I threw the covers off, winced at the cold air hitting my legs, and shuffled out to the living room. The apartment looked the same as it always did in the morning, flat and colorless. The cheap blinds filtering daylight into a sort of sickly gray. Last night's plate was still on the coffee table fork, lying where it had fallen half under the couch. My laptop sat exactly where I'd left it, its lid half closed, like it had fallen asleep better than I had. For a moment I stood there feeling this small, stupid hope that when I opened it, the stream would be back, that it would show as live again, somehow rewound, like last night had been a glitch in my own head, that there would be some reassuring indication that I'd misread it, misheard it, that maybe he'd just dropped the phone and the connection and climbed back up, laughing about it later. I opened the laptop. The screen came on, washing my unshaved face in cold light. The fan whirred softly. My browser popped up with cached tabs. The stream window was still there, just not how I wanted it. The gray error message was gone, replaced by a generic, "This broadcast is no longer available in Japanese." The title bar was blank. The channel name at the top had turned into a black line of text that read in simple characters, "Kono channel ni ha donghwa ga arimasen." No videos on this channel. I clicked on the channel icon anyway. It loaded a page with a smiling, cartoonish avatar and a banner showing Mount Fuji in the summer sky, bright and clear. Under uploads, nothing. No archives, no shorts, just emptiness where last night's stream should have been. If you hadn't been there, you'd never know anything had been live at all. I went back to the tab with the chat. Somehow that was still cached. The video window was a gray block, but the viewer comments were frozen in place, the last frantic burst preserved like insect wings pressed between glass. Dajonfu. Panshishite. Are you okay? Answer us. Durika tubo shite. Somebody called this in. Lochita. Hontoni. Did he fall really? Kore tuba reburudayo keisatsu ni. This is at the level of calling the police. My eyes locked on that last one. I remember thinking, did anyone actually do it? Did someone watching track down the right number, figure out how to describe where he was in time for it to matter? The answer obviously wouldn't be in a chat window, but I stared at the lines like if I read them enough times, a new comment would appear at the bottom, Ju Katsuta. He's okay. Nothing new appeared. It was a corpse of a conversation sealed at the moment the connection died. That's when the guilt really started to seep in around the shock. Not a dramatic movie-style wave, just this slow, sticky realization I had watched a man sail off the edge of a mountain in real time, and then gone to bed. Or tried to. I hadn't done anything. I just let the darkness close in around me and hoped that sleep would sand the edges off what I'd seen. I should have felt only that. Guilt. Horror. But there was something else coiled under it, a hook. I needed to know what had actually happened. Needed it in a way that felt ugly even as I recognized it. I wanted confirmation. A story. An article. Something I could point at and say, there, that's him. That's what I saw. It was real. Because the other option that I had just sat in my living room and watched a man die for nothing, without even the dignity of it mattering to anyone, was worse. So I pulled up a new tab. The search bar blinked at me, patient neutral. I started with English Mount Fuji livestream fall, Fuji climber falls live, 2019 Japanese streamer fell off mountain video. At first nothing relevant came up. Old incidents, climbing guides, tabloid garbage. I added winter and October. Then I tried Japanese, my fingers clumsy on the keyboard. Fu Shishan Pei Shin Juan Lo, Mount Fuji Stream Fall. Nothing. Not yet. The timeline, I realized, was too tight. It had barely been a few hours. News didn't move that fast, at least not in the kind of official, reportable way I was looking for. I closed the laptop for a while more out of frustrated self-consciousness than anything. It felt wrong to be that eager. I walked into the kitchen, filled the kettle, stood watching the tap water steam faintly in the cold morning air. The heater clicked on. The fridge hummed. Upstairs, I heard the neighbor's coffee machine groan and then fall silent. Somewhere, someone slammed a car door in the parking lot, the sound coming up muted through the snow. I made coffee I barely tasted and tried to answer a couple of work emails. The words swam on the screen. Every time my focus broke, my brain replayed a single frame, the last blurred image before the error message, snow sky motion, the feeling of the ground disappearing, and over it, that line in his voice, weightless and terrible, well, it can't be helped. By early afternoon, I couldn't resist anymore. I opened the laptop again. New tab. Same search terms. This time there was a hit that hadn't been there before. A local Japanese news site. The headline was short, stiffly formal, but the words might as well have been highlighted in red. Fushi shan de dongji dandu dongshan no danseng juanlo iri itai fakien. A man on a solo winter ascent of Mount Fuji had fallen. His body had been found the next day. My throat went dry. I clicked. The article was entirely in Japanese, and the sentences were more formal than the conversation-style posts I was used to. But between what I could read and what I fed through Google Translate, the story unspooled in horrible little confirmations. A man in his 40s, alone, attempting an out-of-season ascent. He had been live-streaming part of his climb on a video-sharing platform when he slipped. Viewers alarmed had alerted authorities. Search and rescue teams went out, but the weather and conditions made it slow going. They found his body the following day, more than 1,000 meters below the area where he was last seen on camera. No signs of life, no equipment for winter climbing, street clothes. There was a line about time of last contact. I stared at the numbers, running them through the tangle of time zones in my head. Japan time, my time, the difference between them. It didn't have to be exact. It didn't matter if I was off by a minute. The window matched. Late afternoon there, late night here. My microwave clock had read 11:47 p.m. when the stream died, and the sound in my apartment went with it. The article said something like around 2:46 p.m., Japan Standard Time, for the last confirmed communication. Rough math put those moments in the same breath. It was the same man, the same climb, the same fall. The screen seemed to warp slightly around the edges, like my eyes were trying to reject what they were seeing. I backed out of the article, then went back in, as if the words might change on a second reading. They didn't. Shock settled over me like a thick, heavy blanket. Not the sharp, panicked shock from last night that had been almost electric. This was heavier, slower, threaded with something sour. I wasn't just watching a bad outcome on a screen anymore. There was an official tone to it now. A record. A body that had been pulled out of the snow and tagged. I closed the laptop, hard enough that the lid clicked louder than it needed to. The fan inside gave a little offended whine and shut off. The ceiling above me was the same stained off-white it had always been, dotted with faint shadows from the light fixture. I lay back on the couch and stared up at it. The room felt surgical, overexposed. Every tiny sound registered like a tap on my skull. Upstairs, my neighbor walked from one side of their apartment to the other. The soft thump-thump of their steps turned into a metronome I couldn't ignore. In the walls, I heard water rush briefly, then stop. Pipes ticking as they cooled. On the far wall, my cheap analog clock, white plastic, black hands, made its tiny, steady tick, 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 cutting the afternoon into identical, meaningless seconds. The knowledge sat in my chest like a stone I had watched an actual death. Not a movie, not some old clip someone uploaded after the fact, not a viral scare that turned out to be fake. A real man had really fallen off a real mountain, and my only contribution had been staying just long enough to see the screen go gray. Somewhere in the back of my head, a childish idea surfaced. If I erased my browser history, maybe it would. What delete the fact that I'd been there? Undo my part in this, make it belong to somebody else, some faceless audience rather than me, specifically sitting in my Denver apartment with cold coffee and a buzzing fridge. I actually hovered the mouse over the clear browsing data option and stared at it. Then I let my hand fall away from the trackpad. Deleting a log wouldn't change the truth. It wouldn't make me unwatch what I'd watched. It wouldn't unstick that time, 11:47 p.m., from the inside of my head. Still, I remember thinking with a kind of desperate superstition, I wish it were that easy. I wish this could just be another tab I close and forget about. Instead, closing the laptop just made the room louder in a different way, every small, ordinary sound suddenly feeling like an interruption in a silence that hadn't really left. The news article should have been the end of it. Official confirmation: man falls, body found winter ascent, end of story. It was awful, but it was contained. There was a headline, a date, a paragraph of sterile language to point at and say, this is what happened. Except the internet doesn't work like that. A day or two after I read the article, little echoes of the fall started showing up in places they weren't supposed to. Not on big platforms at first. Shadier corners, aggregator sites with names. You forget the second you close the tab. The kind of places that live off re-uploads of things that should have stayed buried. Car crashes, street fights, security cam footage with no context, always shared with a caption, like OMG crazy. I was standing at my kitchen counter chewing on a piece of dry toast when someone in a language learning Discord I'm in dropped a link. Is this the Fuji guy you were talking about? My stomach folded in on itself. I wiped crumbs off my fingers, clicked without thinking, and found myself on a page with a tiny embedded video player. There was no title, just Fujiyama Fall.mp4 in the corner, and a grainy thumbnail, a sliver of snowy trail, a hand in the frame, gray, nothing beyond. I turned my laptop volume down to almost nothing. I don't know why exactly, like keeping it quiet would make it less real. The apartment around me was doing its usual late morning routine, fridge humming, heater ticking as it cycled on and off upstairs, neighbor pacing in short bursts, their steps thudding across the ceiling. I hit play. The clip started in the middle of the climb. No preamble, no earlier sections of the stream I'd watched. Just whined screaming into the microphone and T's shoes already edging along that narrow strip of path. The fence was gone. The drop on one side was a smear of white. It was like the editor had cut out everything that might have humanized him and left only the most dangerous 30 seconds. He was closer to the final stretch than I remembered at first. The summit marker was visible ahead, ghostly through the snow. The sheet of ice lay between him and its slick and blue-tinged exactly the way I'd burned it into my brain. I watched him set his foot down. I watched the camera shake as he tested his balance. I watched the first few steps onto that impossible surface. The wind on the clip sounded different, flatter, maybe compressed by whoever had ripped it. Some of the nuance was gone. The little crackles and pops I remembered were smoothed into a more generic roar. It still made my shoulders tighten, but it didn't feel as intimately wrong as it had that night. like I was listening to a recording of a recording. He slipped. Even knowing it was coming, even having seen it once in real time, my body reacted the same way. My fingers tensed against the edge of the counter. My jaw clenched. The horizon tilted, the camera jerked. The scraping of the phone against ice came through thin and tinny at the low volume, but the rhythm of it was the same, a staccato grind as it caught and bounced, then a smoother, accelerating slide. I saw that same half-second of him on his back boots, first arms flailing, then the frame filled with sky and snow and motion, and then abruptly it cut. Mid-slide. No gray error screen, no lingering. Just a hard, ugly edit, the sort of scissored end you get when someone drags a timeline marker to a precise second and hits export. The player window skipped to a replay button. Beneath it, the site's comments section had its usual mix of emojis and detached cruelty, fake what an idiot LOL, why didn't he use rope? I stared at the little progress bar, wondering if the file had glitched. Maybe there was more, and the site had screwed up. I grabbed the mouse and scrubbed back, listening closely, this time volume still barely above 0. I heard his breathing, the wind, the scrape of the phone, the moment of tiny audible surprise as his foot went out from under him. What I didn't hear was his voice saying, "Well, it can't be helped." The clip didn't have that line. It wasn't like it had been drowned out by the wind or flattened into static. The audio track was relatively clean for something ripped and re-uploaded. There was simply no space where it could have been. In this version, he gasped when he slipped and then kept sliding in silence until the cut. My brain balked at that. I'd heard it. I knew I had. The tone of it was etched into my nerves, casual, almost weary, that tiny, bitter shrug in the way he said it. I'd heard it in Japanese clearly enough to understand it without thinking, and heard it in English in my head at the same time. My first thought was, maybe I misremembered. Memory is slippery. Brains are pattern machines. You watch enough videos, enough anime, enough streamers. Maybe your head fills in a line that fits the moment, a cliche that feels right. Maybe I'd grafted some cultural stereotype onto a real man and turned his silence into a neat, horrible soundbite. Except, I also remembered the fridge turning off at the same moment, the heater cutting out, the bang from upstairs, the way the numbers on my microwave had rolled over to 11:47 right as the gray error screen appeared. I closed the clip and stood in my kitchen for a long time listening to my apartment, like it was a living thing that might answer a question if I asked it right. The fridge hummed steadily, its compressor whirring in a way that suddenly sounded wrong to me, like a song that had lost the beat. The heater clicked on, then shut off again much sooner than it usually did. A pipe in the wall behind my cabinet gave one loud, hollow tonk for no reason. It wasn't that the sounds themselves were new. I'd lived with them for months. It was the timing. Ever since that night, all of it felt out of rhythm. As if something else was deciding when things in my apartment would start and stop. As if a new metronome had been set somewhere and all the mechanical guts of the building were trying and failing to sync up to it. Over the next week, more versions of the clip crawled out of the woodwork and then disappeared. One was on a different video site overlaid with a big red circle and obnoxious zooms, his boots blown up to fill the frame as they slipped. Another was buried in a compilation of top 5 worst live stream fails, sandwiched between a drunk driver on Instagram and a guy knocking over his expensive gaming PC. Each one was shorter than the original stream. Each one cut off before anything like words could be clearly heard at the end. None of them included, "Well, it can't be helped." At the same time, the original channel vanished completely. One morning, I tried to pull it up out of habit, typing the rough version of his username into the search bar, clicking on the same smiling avatar I'd clicked the first night. Instead of the banner with Fuji in summer, I got a generic message. This channel has been terminated for violating community guidelines. No link, no further explanation. Re-uploads got taken down faster and faster. One would appear in some obscure corner of the site, maybe get a few thousand views, and then when I checked again the next day, it would be replaced by a stark note. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim, policy violation. It was like someone or something was pushing an eraser slowly, methodically across the internet, scrubbing away pieces of him. Each removal made what I remembered feel less verifiable, more suspect. If there was nothing to point at, then what separated my memory from a dream, I tried his name elsewhere. Twitter under the handle I thought I'd seen in the corner of the stream, a blank page with, "This account doesn't exist." Instagram, no match. Even on obscure Japanese forums threads that mentioned a Fuji streamer who fell had missing images or broken links where the embedded clip should have been. A few text posts remained for a while. Then I'd go back and half of those threads would be gone, too locked or deleted, or just returning browser errors. The more the internet tried to erase him, the louder he got in my head. I started staying up later, not because I had extra work, but because going to bed at a normal hour felt dishonest, like I was pretending nothing had changed. Around 11:30, I'd find myself drifting back to the couch, laptop open, platform loaded. I'd poke around the live section, scroll past reality shows and mukbangs and late-night talkers, and end up staring at the search bar, typing in variations of his username, even though I knew what would come up: nothing. Still, I did it. Night after night. At first, I told myself I was just double-checking, making sure there weren't new details, new reposts, something I'd missed. But it didn't take long for the routine to twist into something else. I'd watch the microwave clock creep toward 11:40 and feel my chest tighten. 10 minutes. 5. 3. Some part of me was half hoping, half dreading that right on schedule a new vertical thumbnail would appear in the recommended bar. Fushi-shan, it would say. Pei Shin, Fuji, live. Again. It never did, of course. The platform's algorithm moved on. New scandals, new faces, new late-night nobodies vying for attention. The slice of internet where he had lived reorganized itself around other content, like a wound knitting closed without leaving a scar. But in my apartment, 11:40 to 11:50 p.m., hardened into a kind of private watch window. Some nights I'd sit in the dim yellow cone of my floor lamp, listening to the heater cycle, the fridge murmur, the highway hiss under the snow, and stare at a blank Live Now page, as if something might materialize there if I just didn't look away. Other nights I'd close the laptop, swear I was done, and then find myself drifting back 10 minutes later, convincing myself I'd just check one more time. That little 10-minute slice of every day stopped feeling like part of my evening and started feeling like a separate place I had to pass through. A narrow strip of time with a drop on one side, a vanishing fence on the other, and something at the far end I couldn't quite see but couldn't stop walking toward. For about a week, I tried to pretend I was just normal again. I answered tickets, reset passwords for people who somehow lock themselves out of their email every other day, argued politely with middle managers over VPN settings. I let my days fill up with things that had nothing to do with mountains or wind or gray error screens. I stopped opening the platform's live tab. If a thumbnail even hinted at snow or hiking boots, I scrolled past it. The algorithm, sensing my avoidance, tried to pivot. It started feeding me cooking channels, tech reviews, long-form podcasts, where people in nicer apartments than mine talked about productivity and mindfulness and how to optimize your morning routine. I didn't optimize anything. On the third or fourth day after the fall, I ran out of food and had to go to the grocery store. It was late afternoon, the kind of washed-out winter daylight that makes everything look like a photograph that's been left too long in a sunlit window. I walked across the strip mall parking lot, the snow there half melted into gray slush that soaked the edges of my sneakers. Cars idled in crooked rows, their exhaust curling upward in little white ghosts. The soundscape was aggressively earthly shopping carts rattling against each other, kids whining about candy in the cart corral, a car alarm chirping as someone locked and relocked their SUV, the distant whoosh of traffic on the cross street. I passed under the automatic doors and was swallowed by the fluorescent buzz of the store, the speakers overhead playing some early 2000s pop song in a key so cheerful it felt like a dare. As I picked through tomatoes under the too bright lights, I caught myself listening for wind that wasn't there. Every time someone opened the freezer aisle doors, the low rush of cold air made my skin prickle, and for a second my brain painted over the fluorescent lit tile with a narrow path of ice and ash. In the Target down the street, where I went a day later to buy more coffee filters, the ceiling was a grid of humming tubes. The heater vents shoved warm air down in a steady waterfall of sound. Carts squealed, barcode scanners chirped. Someone's baby cried in the toy aisle. It was almost offensively mundane. None of it stuck. It all just slid off the surface of my awareness like water off wax. Underneath, the mountain wind stayed. At night, I kept my hands busy with dishes or laundry or scrolling endless nothing on my phone, while podcasts murmured in the background, comedians arguing true crime hosts, dissecting old cases, self-help gurus telling me to breathe. I breathed. It didn't help. I still found myself glancing at the microwave clock around the same time each night. 11:36, 11:41, 11:44. Every time some small part of me flinched like I was approaching a spot in the floor I knew was weak. On the seventh night after the fall, it was 11:45 p.m. The microwave's sickly green display glowed from the kitchenette, 11:45 on the dot colon, blinking in its slow, indifferent rhythm. The rest of the apartment was dim. I'd turned off the overhead lights hours ago, leaving just the floor lamp by the couch. It cast a puddle of warm yellow around me, the edges of the room dissolving into gray. My laptop sat open on the coffee table. I wasn't watching anything exciting. Just a cooking channel, some guy in a nice kitchen making pasta at midnight, talking softly about garlic and olive oil and the romance of simple food. The volume was low, more an excuse not to be alone with my thoughts than something I was actively engaged in. The heater was on. I could hear the soft whoosh of warm air coming through the vent behind the couch. The fridge hummed steadily from the kitchen. Upstairs, my neighbor padded around. The faint thud of their footsteps filtered down as a soft, irregular rhythm. I remember thinking with a kind of dry, cynical satisfaction, "See, nothing's happening. It's just another night." That's when the notification appeared. It slid up from the bottom right corner of my screen, crisp and clean, exactly the way it always did when someone I followed went live. A dark rectangle with the platform's logo on the left, a little red dot that said live, and a line of text in Japanese, Peishin ga kaishu sarimashita. A stream has started. For a second, my brain interpreted it as normal. The reflexive recognition kicked in. I've seen that phrase dozens of times. Then my eyes tracked left to the name of the channel. It wasn't exactly his old handle. Not quite. But it was close enough that my body reacted before my brain did. Same length, same rhythm of katakana. Two characters swapped the way a typo slips into a word your fingers know so well you don't catch it anymore. If his original username had been to do, this one was to do you, or something like that. The exact combination blurred under the sudden rush of adrenaline, but the feeling remained. It looked like someone had taken his name, shaken it just enough to scramble it, and then put it back where only I would notice. My cursor drifted toward the little black rectangle. I didn't consciously decide to move it. My hand just went. The arrow floated over the notification box, the faintest suggestion of a click forming in my index finger. That's when the audio cut. Not just the video audio, everything. The man on the cooking channel was mid-sentence describing the way the garlic should just start to sing in the pan, and his voice vanished. The little sizzle in his skillet vanished. The generic background music vanished. At the same time, the hum of my fridge in the kitchen chopped out mid-buzz like someone had yanked the plug from the wall. The heater behind the couch stopped blowing, no soft wind in the vents, no mechanical thrum in the background. Upstairs, the footsteps ceased. No creaks from the boards, no muffled coughs or cabinet doors. The whole building seemed to freeze in place. The silence that followed wasn't really silence. It felt more like a space that had been cleared deliberately for something else. In that cleared-out space, I heard it. At first, I thought it was my imagination filling in the gap. Just the memory of a sound I'd heard too often in too short a time. But the longer it went on, the more distinct it became, a faint, papery hiss, like distant air being forced through a narrow opening. Not from the laptop, its speakers weren't producing anything. Not from the vents or the windows or the heating ducts. It sounded like the wind from the stream. Thinner maybe, as if it were coming from far away or from inside something, but it had the same edge to it. The same uneven rhythm rising in little gusts and then dropping to a whisper. The notification box stayed on the screen. Normally those alerts timed out after a couple of seconds if you didn't interact with them. This one lingered. 5 seconds. 10. Long enough for me to read and reread the text, long enough for the eerie similarity of the channel name to go from coincidence to accusation. My cursor hovered over it, the tip of the arrow trembling slightly. I realized my hand was shaking. I didn't click. I don't know if I could have, even if I'd wanted to. My body felt locked in place, breath-held shoulders, tight ears, straining to pinpoint that impossible wind. Then, just as abruptly as it had appeared, the notification faded. The rectangle dimmed, slid down out of view, and vanished off the edge of the screen. The wind, if that's what it was, thinned out and bled back into nothing. 1 heartbeat. 2. The heater behind me coughed once and started up again, warm air rushing into the room as if nothing had happened. The fridge in the kitchen clicked and resumed its steady, indifferent buzzing. Upstairs, my neighbor dropped something heavy, maybe a shoe, maybe a book, and started walking again. On the laptop, the cooking video stuttered back to life. The man in the nice kitchen finished his sentence about garlic like there had been no interruption. A little buffering icon spun once in the corner and disappeared. For a long moment, I just stared at the bottom right corner of the screen, waiting for the alert to return. It didn't. I dragged my cursor to the platform icon on my bookmark bar and clicked. The homepage loaded a carousel of smiling streamers, thumbnails of late-night hosts, gamers, a salaryman doing a study with me stream. Nothing stood out. I checked the following tab. The list of channels I'd subscribed to showed a couple of green dots, somebody drawing somebody singing, but no name even remotely resembling that almost T. I typed the glitched username into the search bar. No results. I went into my notifications log, the place where you can scroll back through all the alerts you've gotten from the platform. There were entries from earlier in the day. Somebody I follow had uploaded a new VOD, another had posted a community poll. But there was nothing at 11:45 p.m. No record of a stream starting. No trace of the alert I'd just seen. I sat back slowly, the cheap vinyl of the couch squeaking under my weight. The microwave clock in the kitchenette rolled over to 11:49. I told myself out loud that it had to have been some weird cached alert. Old data stuck in the system spat out at the wrong time. Maybe someone had re-registered his old username with a minor spelling change and started a test stream that ended instantly. Maybe the log just hadn't caught up yet. Bugs happen. I work in IT. I know that better than most. I told myself all of that, calmly, rationally, in the most reasonable voice I could muster. Then I shut the laptop, turned off the floor lamp, and lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling until the green digits on the microwave in the other room crawled from 11:50 to 3:00 a.m. and beyond. Every time the HVAC cycled on, I flinched, listening for a second layer of sound riding on top of it. Every time the building settled and a pipe knocked or a neighbor moved, my heart jumped, expecting that gray error screen to be waiting when I opened my eyes again. I didn't sleep at all that night. If you've never gone down a rabbit hole on the internet, I don't mean the fun kind, where you start with one cooking video and end up watching a guy build a cabin out of mud bricks. I mean the kind where your whole world shrinks to a search bar and a glow in a dark room, and every new page you open feels like it's pulling you further away from anything solid. That's what the weeks after the glitch were like. I told myself I was just trying to make sense of it. That's how it always starts. You give your obsession a respectable name, research, closure, understanding, and suddenly 3 hours are gone and your coffee's cold and your eyes feel like you've rubbed sand into them. I started simple at first. I typed the same handful of phrases into Google, so often they began auto-completing before I got halfway through Mount Fuji livestream accident English. Fushi Shanpei Shin Shigu Japanese streamer fall responsibility viewers. The first wave of results was predictable. News articles like the one I'd already read, local Japanese outlets, a couple of international sites that picked the story up and squeezed it into a paragraph between celebrity gossip and politics. They all used the same handful of facts. Male 40s, winter ascent, live video recovered body. Then there were the think pieces. The what does this say about us crowd? Headlines like, when live stream culture turns deadly and are we complicit? When we watch people who hadn't been there arguing with other people who hadn't been there about what it meant that people like me existed at all. Comments under those articles were their own little war zone. Half the commenters blamed the platform. Half blamed the man for going up there at all. A vocal subset blamed sick viewers who just wanted to see someone die. It was like watching people dissect a crime scene using a map of the wrong city. None of it touched the thing that was actually keeping me awake at night. None of them talked about the exact second the connection dropped, or the way the wind seemed to bleed into the room afterward, or a ghost notification sliding into the corner of your screen with a slightly wrong name. So I dug deeper. Japanese forums first. I used translation tools, half-understood slang hovered over kanji I didn't recognize, and let Chrome fill in the gaps. There were threads on mountaineering boards arguing about regulations and stupid tourists. Threads on general boards, where people said they'd watched bits and pieces of the stream or seen the clip before it got pulled down and how it felt like a horror movie. On one board, someone posted a still frame, that last blurred shot right before the cut sky and snow and the edge of his boot. It stayed up for about a day. When I checked back, it had been replaced by a gray box and a notice this content has been removed at the request of rights holders. I moved on to English spaces. Reddit, obviously. Discord servers. Places where people told and retold true crime stories, where morbid curiosity dressed itself up as raising awareness. I tried variations of the same search. Fuji fall livestream. Did anyone see the Japanese guy fall off Fuji? Was anyone watching that empty Fuji accident in real time? At first it felt like shouting into an empty canyon. Results came back blank or irrelevant. Thread titles that seemed promising turned out to be about something else entirely. Some other idiot in some other place making some other bad decision while strangers watched. And then one night, long after I should have been in bed, I found it. It was on a small, horror-focused subreddit, the kind that lives in the shadow of bigger, louder communities. Its subscriber count was low, the banner a grainy image of a forest at night. The pinned post a set of rules about no real gore, no doxing, be decent humans. Hidden halfway down the front page between a story about a haunted answering machine and a discussion of some obscure Japanese urban legend, there was a thread with a title that made the back of my neck tighten. Anyone else watch the Fuji fall live? The word watch was in all caps, like the person who wrote it needed to shout that part. The post itself wasn't long. The original poster, "You Quiet Fog" or something similarly forgettable, had written, "This is probably going to get deleted, but I can't stop thinking about this, and I don't know who else to ask." A few weeks ago, I was watching a Japanese live stream. Guy was climbing Fuji in winter. He slipped. Stream cut. Next day, the news said they found his body. I know what I saw, but I keep thinking I imagined some parts. Did anyone else here actually see it as it happened? There were 12 comments when I clicked. That's not many in Reddit terms. For me, sitting alone in my Denver apartment at 1:13 a.m., with the blinds drawn and my only light coming from the monitor, 12 might as well have been a stadium. The first comment was someone saying they'd seen the clip and how messed up it was. Another user replied politely but firmly that clips didn't count. The OP was asking about watching it live in real time. The third comment froze me. "Yeah, I was there." On platform. Watched the viewer count at the top. It was like 300-something most of the time then. At the end, it just spiked. Don't know if it was a bug or what, but it jumped into the tens of thousands in the last 10 seconds before he went over. I swear. Then gray screen. Connection lost. Still feel sick about it. The wording was different, but the beats were the same as my own experience. Low 3-digit viewers. The sudden, sickening jump, though I hadn't been paying attention to the numbers, I remembered the way the chat had suddenly felt more crowded, the messages scrolling faster than I could follow. Another commenter chimed in. I saw it too, but what freaked me out wasn't the fall. My apartment went dead silent when the stream cut, like someone hit mute on the whole building. No traffic, no fridge, nothing. Lasted maybe 5 and 10 seconds. Probably just in my head, but it was weird as hell. My skin prickled. I knew that dead silence intimately, the way the fridge had stopped mid-hum, the heater had choked off the highway, had gone suddenly muffled. Reading someone else describe it in different words made my stomach drop. It wasn't just my head then. Or if it was more than one head. Further down, someone from the UK wrote, I was watching from London, insomnia is a bitch. Ever since that night, my YouTube keeps suggesting hiking, climbing videos around the same time he fell. Not just once, like every night around midnight my time. Some of the channels are ones I've never clicked in my life. Recommended for you. It stops after that hour. I know, probably just coincidence, but it feels like being tapped on the shoulder. Another user claimed their smart TV had turned itself on at 3:47 a.m. Local time, logged into their streaming account and opened the platform homepage without any input. They'd come out to the living room to find the live tab open and empty the TV's volume at 0, the plastic casing warm as if it had been on for a while. A few comments were dismissive. You're all just spooking yourselves. It's just confirmation bias. One guy predictably suggested everyone needed therapy and to unsubscribe from trauma porn. Still underneath the snark, the pattern was there: people who had watched the same slip at the same moment, describing little pockets of reality getting strange. Against my better judgment, I made an account on that subreddit and replied. My hands were sweating enough that I had to wipe them on my sweatpants twice before I could type without slipping. The room around me was almost entirely dark. I'd turned off the floor lamp hours ago. Only the monitor lit my living room, painting the coffee table, the couch, and the edge of the microwave in pale blue. Outside, I could hear the occasional late-night car roll past on the wet street below tires, whispering through slush. Somewhere in the building, the elevator dinged softly and then slid shut with a distant hydraulic sigh. My box fan, propped in the bedroom doorway to keep air moving, whined in its familiar, slightly imbalanced way, the blades ticking once every rotation where they clipped the plastic housing. I described what I'd seen. Kept it simple. I wrote about watching the whole stream from my apartment in Denver, about the freeze frame, the gray error screen, the timestamp on my microwave. I left out the worst of it at first, his last line, the way the wind had lingered afterward. That still felt too personal somehow. But I did mention the notification. I wrote about sitting there a week later at 11:45 p.m., watching some pointless cooking video when the platform alert slid into the corner of my screen saying, "A stream has started," with a channel name that looked almost exactly like his, off by a letter or two. I wrote about the sound, cutting out my fridge and heater, dying mid-hum, the building going quiet, the faint wind I'd heard that couldn't have been from the speakers. And then I wrote about the notification, disappearing the platform, showing no record of any such channel going live, the alert missing from my logs. I hovered over the post button for a long time. The urge to delete everything before anyone could read it was almost overwhelming. It felt like writing down a superstition, something that only has power because you give it words. But the alternative was sitting alone with it, convinced I was losing my mind. I hit post. The text appeared at the bottom of the thread. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The fan whined. The elevator dinged again in the distance. Somewhere in the building, someone's door closed with a hollow boom. Outside, a siren wailed once and then faded. Then the first reply popped up beneath mine. "Cho P. A Denver guy. I had the same notification thing." Channel name was slightly different, like typo level. Got the stream started, alert, clicked it, nothing there. Check notifications later and it's not listed. I thought it was just my phone being garbage. Happened 3 nights in a row around the same time, then stopped. Another reply, my alert didn't show his name, but I got a random live now push from platform at like 4:47 a.m. I'm in Germany. Opened the app, no live broadcasts from anyone I follow. Push history shows nothing sent at that time. Didn't connect it until I read this. And another, I didn't get a notification, but for about a week after my laptop fan would spike for exactly 10 seconds at 2:47 a.m. Every night, even in sleep mode. No programs running, nothing. Just whir, then dead quiet. Checked event viewer, nothing logged. Might be unrelated, but man, the brain makes connections. I sat there, shoulders hunched, eyes burning, reading and rereading those replies. The rational part of me, that stubborn IT-shaped piece of my brain, kept whispering about coincidences and confirmation bias and how human perception loves patterns even if it has to invent them. But the rest of me, the part that had felt the apartment's sound turn off like a switch and heard something else flicker in to take its place, couldn't shake a different feeling. Whatever happened on that ridge hadn't stayed on that ridge. It had gone out along the signal, down through cables and towers and routers and cheap plastic speakers. It had flowed into other people's rooms in other cities and other countries, settling in the tiny gaps between their normal noises. And now, scattered and shaken, those people were doing what I was doing, huddling around a pale rectangle of light in the dark, trying to convince themselves that what they'd felt wasn't real, while secretly hoping someone else would say, "No, I felt it too." That night, the fan in my doorway whined and rattled and kept on turning. The fridge in the kitchen hummed when it should. The elevator dinged, stopped, dinged again. Everything in my building behaved exactly the way it was supposed to. And somehow, that didn't make me feel better. It just made the glow of the monitor feel more like a hole in the wall than a window. It was only a matter of time before the thread stopped being enough. Text is safe in a way. You can type something, stare at it, rewrite it, delete it. You can pretend it's just words on a screen and not an admission. But as that Fuji thread kept growing, 12 comments, then 20, then 30, the stuff people were hinting at started to feel too raw for the open, searchable internet. Someone suggested a private server. It started with a comment, "If anyone wants to talk about this without trolls, DM me. I'll set up a Discord." Within an hour, my inbox had a link, a throwaway invite to a brand new server with a dumb name, something like Mountain Weirdos, with an emoji slapped on it, like a joke we were all trying a little too hard to make. I clicked anyway. The server had 2 text channels, General and Vakshakar Stream, and 1 voice channel called Ridge. The icon was a cartoon mountain with a little red dot on it, like the live indicator we'd all learned to hate. There were 5 of us at the start, plus the guy who'd made it, me Mike Denver, Luca from Toronto, Jules in Los Angeles, Ash in London, Now who lived outside Tokyo, and the creator who called himself Fog, the same username as the thread OP. We all showed up at weird hours in our own time zones. For me, it was just past 11:30 p.m., the microwave clock glowing 11:32 in the kitchenette. For Jules, it was barely past 10, still technically evening. For Ash in London, it was creeping toward dawn. Nao in Japan said it was already afternoon, but they sounded as tired as any of us. Fog pinged everyone in Jakichur General, anyone up for voice. Feels easier to say some of this stuff out loud. I watched the little typing indicators blink. Luca is typing. Jules is typing. And then stop. One by one, we replied with variations of sure and yeah and why not, can't sleep anyway. It felt like we were agreeing to meet in a place none of us believed was entirely safe. I plugged my headset into my laptop and joined the Ridge channel. For a second, there was nothing but the hollow room tone of the voice server, that particular digital quiet that isn't quite silence like a padded room humming. Then the usernames lit up in the sidebar one by one, and the voices came in all at once. Fog spoke first. His accent was American, but I couldn't place where. "Okay, hey, thanks for joining. This feels a little less insane than yelling into a public subreddit, maybe." We laughed awkward thin. Luca's voice was low and slightly hoarse, Canadian vowels flattening certain words. So we all saw it, yeah, the Fuji thing. Live. Jules sounded like every LA barista I've ever met, laid back on the surface with something sharp underneath. Yeah, start to finish. I was supposed to be editing a video, got nothing done. Ash from London was clipped and precise. They sounded like they were trying not to wake anyone else in their flat, caught the last 20 minutes. Enough. Now's microphone was a little weaker, the quality dipping in and out, but their English was good. I watched from my phone, they said. On the train home, I was in Yokohama. I didn't know it was real until next day. We did the awkward introductions, names, cities, who'd been watching on what platform. It felt like an AA meeting for people who'd witnessed the same car crash and couldn't stop driving past the intersection. Then slowly, the call shifted into a kind of group confession. Luca admitted he hadn't slept more than 3 hours straight since the stream. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like my feet are sliding, he said. Not like in a metaphorical way. I mean, I actually feel it. Like I'm on a bus that's going downhill and the brakes don't work. Jules said she'd started leaving a podcast playing all night because the silence in her apartment felt wrong after that day. I used to love quiet, she said, like I'd turn everything off just to hear my building creak. Now if it's too quiet, I get twitchy. Ash in London cleared their throat. I keep hearing wind, they said. I live on the 4th floor. My windows stay shut because my landlord painted them shut like an idiot. There's no draft. But around that time they didn't say the number, I hear this hiss. Not the radiators, not traffic. Like high up wind. I don't know how else to describe it. There was a beat of silence that wasn't quite silent. Same, Jules blurted. Like not every night, but yeah. I know what you mean. It's like someone left a window open in a room that doesn't have windows. Nao hesitated, then spoke. My parents have a smart TV, they said, in the living room. They go to bed early. 2 nights after the accident, I was up late in my room. I heard the TV turn on like that little ding sound. I went to check. The screen was black, they continued. Volume at 0, but there was a red live in the top corner. No channel name, no picture, just that indicator. And the input said it was on the platform app. It stayed like that maybe 10 seconds, then turned off by itself. Nobody spoke for a moment. I could hear someone's mic picking up the faint rustle of fabric, someone else's keyboard clacking as they fidgeted. Fog broke the lull. Okay, look, I'll play devil's advocate here, he said. We're all freaking ourselves out. Everything you guys just said can be explained, right? Algorithm weirdness. He ticked things off like items on a list. Smart TVs auto-waking to do updates. Push notifications backfiring. Netflix does that kind of thing all the time. Sure, Ash said dryly. And all of it happening to people who happened to watch the same tiny live stream right before a man died is just a fun little coincidence. Luca made a low, humorless sound that might have been a laugh. Hey, maybe we're just on some cursed viewer list, you know, like a mailing list, but with hauntings. Thank you for watching. You will now be receiving nightly dread until further notice, Jules added. Don't forget to hit the bell icon so you never miss an existential crisis. We laughed again, but it came out strained. The joking helped, but only in the way covering a crack with duct tape helps the split is still there underneath. I knew it was my turn before anyone asked. I told them about the notification. The way it had slid into the corner of my screen at 11:45 p.m., the platform logo, the Japanese text, a stream has started. The channel name almost his, the letters shuffled, as if whatever had been scrubbed off the servers had tried to pull itself back together and hadn't quite remembered where each piece went. I described how the sound in my apartment had cut all at once. The fridge, the heater, the video I was watching, even the hallway outside, and then the faint wind I'd heard, not through the speakers, but as if it were in the room. When I finished, the channel stayed quiet for a few seconds. My own breathing sounded too loud in my headset. Yeah, Luca said finally. That's almost exactly what happened to me. Different time zones, same deal. Alert, empty app, no log. Whole place went quiet. I thought it was just my piece of crap phone freaking out. Mine didn't say stream has started, Ash added. Just a pop-up that flashed and disappeared before I could read it. Checked notification history, nothing. Happened once the night after the fall. Haven't seen it since. On the other end of the world, now exhaled. My phone buzzed at that time last night, they said. No message on the screen, no vibration log. I thought maybe I dreamed it, but when I checked the clock, it was exactly the same minute as when the news said he fell. Fog tried to keep us grounded. Look, all of this could be bugs, he said. Pushed updates, glitched notifications, random noise. We're doing what humans always do, seeing patterns in static. Behind his voice, behind everyone's voices, I realized there was static. It had been there the whole time, low and constant, like the faint hiss of a badly tuned radio between stations. Not loud enough to call attention to itself, just insistent enough that once I noticed it, I couldn't unhear it. I pulled my headset slightly away from one ear. The static thinned. I slid the ear cup off completely, letting it hang around my neck. In my apartment, without the headset, the soundscape snapped back into focus, the soft whir of my laptop's fan, the refrigerator's distant hum, the occasional car gliding past on wet asphalt outside the elevator's subdued ding and muffled slide somewhere down the hall. I raised the headset back to my ear. The fridge vanished, the hallway dimmed, and that hiss returned underneath Luca's words, under Jules's laugh, under Fogg's attempts at rationality. It wasn't the platform's usual compression artifacts. I know what those sound like, little crackles, robotic warbles when someone's connection dips. This was steadier. A constant breathy rush behind everything, like the call itself was happening inside a windy place. Is anyone else hearing that, I asked? Hearing what Fogg said, the static, the hiss, like under us. There was a shuffle as people adjusted their mics. Jules said, I hear a little noise, could just be someone's fan. Not me, Ash said. I'm under 3 blankets with everything off. If you hear a fan, it's not on my end. I took my headset off again. Hiss gone. Put it back on. Hiss back. It wasn't loud enough to scare me by itself. It was the familiarity of it that unnerved me. I'd heard that timbre before in a vertical stream from halfway around the world, where the wind turned a phone microphone into a conduit. I looked over at my microwave. 11:43 p.m. The green digits blinked unbothered, counting down toward a number I didn't say out loud. On the call, Luca was talking about how he'd tried to explain all this to his girlfriend and had to back off when he saw the look on her face. Now was saying something about local climbers posting angry comments on Japanese sites. Their voices overlapped in my ears, all threaded through by that thin, steady rushing. Fogg, maybe sensing the mood shift, tried to lighten it. Okay, how about this, he said. Let's be clinical for a second. Everyone check your local time? There was a rustle, the faint clacking of keys. 2:44 a.m. here, Ash muttered. I'm going to hate myself in a few hours. 10:44 p.m., Jules said. LA time. 12:44, Luca added. East Coast, 3:44 p.m., now said quietly. Japan. Everyone waited for me. I glanced at the microwave again. The colon blinked. 11:44. Almost quarter to midnight, I said. In Denver. Someone made a low, sympathetic sound. In this little improvised support group, that stretch of minutes meant something we weren't naming. Maybe. Ash started, then stopped. Maybe we should all pay attention for the next few. See if anything weird happens, for science. Yeah, Jules said. Real scientific. Subject A reports ghost wind. Subject B's TV wakes up possessed. Luca exhaled. Screw it. I'm game. I'm awake anyway. I swallowed. My throat felt dry. Yeah, I said. Why not? There was a small pause. The hiss in my headset swelled just enough to make me think someone had leaned closer to their mic. About the notification, I added, because if I didn't say it, then I knew I never would. It wasn't just that it appeared. It was the timing. It was exactly 11:45 p.m. when it popped up. On the other end of the line now made a small, surprised sound. Last night, they said slowly, my blank alert. It came at 2:45 p.m. here. That's 11:45 p.m. for you, right? I did the math automatically. 3 hours difference between Denver and Japan across the date line. The numbers lined up in my head, like teeth in a gear. The microwave clicked over to 11:45. The hiss in my headset didn't get louder, not exactly. It just changed. For a fleeting second, it sounded less like random static and more like air being forced past something solid. Not the roar of a storm, more like wind fingering the edge of a cliff. The call was still going when the clock rolled over. We'd been talking for almost an hour at that point. The conversation had drifted from the accident itself to stupid little side roads. Nio describing the exact shape of the summit marker they'd seen in person one summer. Ash ranting about how the UK tabloids were already spinning the story Jules, telling us about a different cursed video rumor from the early YouTube days. It almost felt normal in a weird way. 5 strangers half a world apart, killing time in the dark with our headphones on. The hiss in my headset hadn't gone away, but I'd gotten used to it like the sound of an air conditioner you eventually stop hearing. I'd convinced myself it was just someone's noisy mic. Luca's, maybe, or mine. I kept one eye on the microwave clock anyway. 11:46 p.m. The colon blinked steady and patient. On the call, Dan Luca was his handle. He'd told us earlier his real name was Dan, was in the middle of a story about nearly getting banned from the platform once for posting glitch compilations. His voice had the lazy rhythm of someone who's on their 3rd night of 2 little sleep words blurring together at the edges. So then the mod messages me like, "You can't put stuff with accidents in the thumbnail even if they're fake." And I'm like, dude, it's clearly a filter, you can see the watermark, right? The microwave switched to 11:47 p.m. The colon blinked once, as always. Nothing dramatic. Just 2 numbers becoming 2 new numbers. Right as it did, the audio in my headset went wrong. It started with Dan's voice stretching like someone had grabbed it and pulled. His sentence dragged out mid-word, the syllables slowing until they sounded rubbery and warped. "Right there, you can see." Then it wasn't just him. The entire call melted. Ash's soft English murmur stretched into a low whale song moan. Jules's half laugh turned into a glitching chuckle that rose and fell, rose and fell. Nao's background noise, that faint click of their keyboard, became a rapid mechanical stutter. The hiss underneath everything swelled, filling the spaces between the distorted voices, until the whole soundscape felt like a tape being chewed up by an old cassette player. I yanked the headset halfway off, heart hammering. My living room snapped into focus, laptop fan whirring, fridge humming, the distant rush of I-25 under a wet sky, the occasional car tires hissing through slush on the street below. All normal. I put the headset back over my ears. The voices were still warped, but now they were skipping 2 snatches of normal speech intercut with slow, robotic fragments. It sounded like the server was trying to stitch 2 different versions of our call together and failing. "You guys, Dan, normal speed, here." Ash stretched that wind, Jules sharp, clear. That made me sit all the way up. What wind, someone else said. Could have been fog. His voice came through chopped syllables, missing like dropped frames. I don't hear anything except the hiss rose, hissing harder, until my ears felt like they were full of snow. I opened my mouth to say something, to ask if anyone else's audio was freaking out, but Dan got there first. "Is it just me?" he said, his voice suddenly snapping into clarity. "Or does it sound like there was a crash on his end that made everyone else's words cut off?" It sounded like a heavy piece of furniture tipping. Not a little bump, not a dropped phone. A deep, ugly whump followed by a chaotic flurry of smaller noises, the clatter of objects hitting the floor, something metallic, ringing once, then rolling. For a second, no one spoke. The hiss blanked out entirely, as if the call itself had sucked in a breath. Dan Fogg said, "You okay?" Our mics all lit up at once on the sidebar, little green circles stuttering as everyone started talking over each other. "Dude, Jules, what was that? Did you drop your mic?" Ash asked. Their voice was tight. "Luca, what we got back wasn't an answer. It was a short, muffled curse, just one word bitten off, and then another sound. A heavier thud like something or someone hitting the ground and not getting back up. Whatever Dan's setup was, his mic picked a few things up in the next 3 seconds. The scrape of chair legs on a hard surface, the rush of air like motion, a single sharp intake of breath that cut off halfway through. Then nothing. His name stayed lit in the sidebar for a moment, the green ring around his icon flickering like it was trying to decide if it had anything else to transmit. Dan now said. "Luca," their voice had gone small, their English suddenly more halting. "Stop screwing around," Jules said. "Dude, if this is a bit..." It wasn't. You could hear it in the way everyone trailed off. Jokes bounce. This just dropped. Maybe his internet cut, Ash offered, but even they didn't sound convinced. Like router crashed. If his internet crashed, he'd disconnect, I said. He's still in the channel. On the screen, Dan's icon was still there in the list of connected users. Same cartoon avatar, same little green line. Except now there was a tiny muted microphone symbol next to his name. The universal sign of this person isn't saying anything. Did he mute himself? Fogg asked. He wouldn't mute in the middle of Jules, started, then stopped. Dan. If you can hear us, type in chat or something. No typing indicator appeared in the text channel. The little Luca is typing. Stayed stubbornly absent. I suddenly became hyper-aware of my own body. The stickiness of my palms on the headset's faux leather ear cups, the way the padding around my ears had trapped heat, making my skin sweat. The faint taste of old coffee in the back of my throat, sour and stale. My heart pounding so hard, it felt like it was shaking the air in front of me. My living room, which is small on the best of days, felt like it had shrunk by half. The walls seemed closer. The ceiling felt lower. The only light was the laptop screen washing everything in that pale, sickly blue. The cheap blinds over my window rattled faintly with some draft. I couldn't feel their plastic cords, making tiny rattling taps against the wall. "Guys," Ash said quietly. "This isn't funny. Did anyone hear?" Windows now asked. "Like glass?" I tried to rewind the memory of the last 10 seconds in my head. Crash, clatter, thud. Maybe something glassy in the middle, a brief tinkling, but it could have been anything. A lamp, a monitor, a cup. Could be he knocked his rig over, Fogg said, talking faster now. Chair falls back, PC tower hits the floor. He goes to pick it up, mutes, whatever. It happens. "So why isn't he answering?" Jules snapped. Another icon blinked out of existence in the sidebar, someone whose name I hadn't memorized yet. One of the quieter people who'd mostly stayed muted. They didn't say goodbye. They didn't type GTG. They just disconnected. A second later, their username went gray in the server list. Offline. "Okay," Ash said, exhaling harshly. That's comforting." We waited. 10 seconds. 20. I checked the microwave again. 11:48 p.m. A minute had passed. "Should we DM him?" I asked. "I already did," Fogg said. No response. Another 30 seconds. The hiss in my headset had faded back into the background. but my brain was on high alert for it. Everything everyone said sounded like it was happening slightly too far away. Then, without warning, Dan's icon vanished. Not gray, not disconnected from voice. It just blinked out of the server's user list entirely, like someone had deleted his account mid-call. What the hell, Jules breathed. Did he just leave the server, Ash said. While unconscious, that's a neat trick. Maybe he rage quit, Fogg suggested weakly. Closed his account. People do that. Nobody believed that. A ping sounded in the Cowick's general text channel. A new message from someone who hadn't been in voice but had been lurking and reading. Fogg, check this. A link to a local Toronto news site followed. The preview unfurled automatically in the chat box, a blurry thumbnail of a brick apartment building police tape strung across the bottom edge of the frame. Headline: man hospitalized after overnight fall from third-floor balcony. My stomach lurched. What time I started? Ash was faster. Scroll, they said. Scroll there. Emergency services were called to the scene at approximately 1:47 a.m. local time. We all did the math silently at first. Toronto, Eastern Time. 1 hour ahead of Denver, 1:47 a.m. Toronto, 11:47 p.m. Denver, 6:47 a.m. London, as Ash quietly confirmed. Now muttered almost to themselves, 47 p.m. here. The numbers slotted into place like they had been waiting. I realized my hand was shaking. My fingers hovered over the trackpad cursor, jittering across the screen. We don't know it's him, Fogg said. Could be anybody. Third floor fall, that's not uncommon. People drink, they lean too far, whatever. Dan told us he lives on the third floor, Jules said flatly. He said it when we were talking about stairwells earlier. Could be coincidence, Fogg insisted. We don't even have a name. The article didn't list one, just a man in his 30s. A bystander's quote about hearing a noise and hoping he pulls through. No names, no faces, just another gray, sterile write-up. The silence that followed felt worse than the distorted audio had. Someone else dropped from the call. The number in the Ridge channel went from 5 to 4 to 3 in a blink. Their icons winked out like small, desperate stars. I should go now, said quietly. My parents will be back soon. Ash muttered something about needing sleep before work. Jules said nothing, but their icon went dark a second later. The channel list shrank. In the end, it was just me and Fogg sitting there, our green rings pulsing around our icons, both of us not knowing what to say. You still there? He asked. Yeah, I said. My voice sounded thin and far away in my own ears. I think I'm going to log off. For a bit. Yeah, he said. That's probably smart. I left the voice channel. The hiss vanished with the disconnect sound, a soft boop that felt ridiculous after everything. The server's text channels lingered in the sidebar for a moment. Then I clicked the little arrow next to its name and selected Leave Server. Discord asked if I was sure. I clicked yes. The mountain icon disappeared from my screen. My apartment was suddenly very quiet. Not the dead, unnatural silence from the night of the fall. My fridge was still humming, the heater still pushing air through the vents, a car still sliding past on the wet road outside. But it felt empty in a new way. The blue light of the laptop made the cheap walls look like a set. I pulled my headset off and set it on the coffee table. For a few seconds, I stared at it like it might start moving on its own. Then I shut the laptop. The room fell into darkness except for the green numbers on the microwave, 11:55. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. Every time the building's HVAC sighed, I thought I heard another layer of sound riding on top of it. Faint, high, barely there. Wind working its way into places it had no right to be. The worst part wasn't hearing it when the headset was on. The worst part was when a few nights later, I heard it just as clearly with the headset sitting across the room powered off. For a while, my strategy was denial with good posture. I muted the Discord server, then left it entirely a day later. I unpinned the horror subreddit thread. I stopped searching for anything with Fuji or livestream or fall in it. I told myself that the best thing I could do for my mental health, for whatever fragile grip on normal I had left, was to starve it of attention. So I went back to being a functioning adult, or at least I cosplayed as one. Daytime in Denver carried on like nothing had happened. Snow melted into dirty ridges along the curbs. People yelled at each other in traffic and then pretended they didn't. My life became a loop of remote IT tickets and small errands designed to put fluorescent lights between me and my own thoughts. My workday was a sequence of tiny contained problems can't log into Outlook. VPN keeps dropping. Printer says it's offline, but it's clearly on. Slack pinged in the corner of my screen with that little glassy plink that made you feel like a dog hearing a bell. My co-workers' avatars blinked green and gray, their jokes scrolling past in the general channel. I reset passwords, reinstalled. Drivers typed the same apology and suggestion paragraphs. So often I could feel them in my fingers, even when I wasn't at the keyboard. On my breaks, I did normal things. I drove to King Soopers under a sky the color of old dishwater, walked through automatic doors, into the wash of oven-warm air and grocery store smell, a mix of bread detergent and something faintly rotten buried deep in the produce section. The PA system played soft pop songs from 10 years ago, broken up every few minutes by a cheerful voice advertising a sale on laundry pods or rotisserie chickens. I stood under those buzzing fluorescent tubes, hands on a shopping cart handle still cold from someone else's grip, and let the noise fill my head. Kids cried. Someone laughed too loud near the cereal aisle. A barcode scanner chirped in rapid-fire bursts at the self-checkout corral. It all felt aggressively alive. At the drugstore, one strip mall over the music was softer elevator versions of real songs, all the sharp edges sanded down. The carpet smelled faintly like chemicals. The pharmacist called out names over the low wall by the registers James, Melissa, as people shuffled up in their winter boots. I browsed cough syrup and multivitamins I didn't need, just to be around other humans breathing. If anything in those places glitched at 47 past the hour, I didn't notice. Maybe that was the point of being out in public. The outside world is noisy enough to drown out timing. At home, I tried to recreate that safety with podcasts and background noise. I put on hours-long videos of people building PCs or ranking fast food chains, let them murmur while I answered tickets and scrolled Slack. I turned my TV into a giant, glowing, white noise machine, cooking channels, home renovation shows, whatever Netflix recommended, that didn't involve cliffs, cold, or falling. For a couple of weeks, it almost worked. I still watched the microwave clock around 11:40, but nothing happened. Besides the usual heater, cycling, fridge, humming highway, sighing under the dark. The minute rolled past, and I'd exhale half deflated, and tell myself this was proof it had all been coincidence. Then one night, I fell asleep on the couch. It wasn't intentional. I'd meant to just sit down for a minute and watch some guy in Austin talk about mechanical keyboards. The TV cast a soft, bluish glow over the room. My laptop was closed under the coffee table. It was one of those quiet winter nights where the snow outside muffles the city into a sort of padded silence. The highway sound turned into a faint, distant hush. I remember blinking at the screen, feeling my vision smear around the edges, telling myself I should get up and brush my teeth. Apparently I didn't. What woke me wasn't a sound at first. It was light. I snapped awake to a flash of bright white against my eyelids. For a second I thought it was lightning, but there was no thunder, no rumble. Just an intense glow in a dark room. I opened my eyes. The TV was on. I could have sworn I'd shut it off before I crashed remote placed carefully on the table screen, going to that deep, reflective black. Now it glared into the room, but not with an image. The input label at the top said HDMI 1, but that source was dead. Nothing was plugged in. The entire screen was pure black, a solid panel of darkness. Except for one detail. In the top right corner, tiny and unmistakable, was a red dot. No logo, no channel name, no UI. Just a single perfect red circle and the faintest letters next to it, barely visible in the glow. Live. My heart did a slow, sick flip. The TV speakers were on, but instead of whatever I'd been watching, they were feeding the room a low, thin hiss. Not the usual static hum you get from an empty input, all crackle and fuzz. This was smoother, higher. The exact same papery, restless sound that my brain now filed under one label, Fuji. I groped around on the coffee table, knocking over an empty mug, my fingers closing clumsily around the remote. The hiss seemed to sharpen as my hand shook. I jabbed the power button. The TV made its cheerful little power off chime, the screen cut to flat black, and then the whole room was left with the imprint of that red dot burned into the air. The silence that followed felt like it swung in on a hinge too abrupt, too total for just a TV turning off. My ears rang. I lay there on the couch, breathing hard, the remote still in my hand. The microwave's green display glowed over the sink. 11:47 p.m. I stared at the numbers until they blurred. My phone lit up on the coffee table. No sound, just the screen jumping from dark to bright. The lock screen notification shade rolled down with that little animation, and a banner slid into view. Streaming app, stream, starting now, tap to view. The channel name field was blank. No icon. Just the generic app logo and those 3 words. Stream starting now. Every hair on my arms stood up. I grabbed the phone. My thumb hovered over the notification long enough for my skin oil to smear against the glass. Then instinct took over and I swiped to unlock heart pounding against my ribs like it was trying to escape. The home screen came up. No notification. I pulled down the shade. Nothing there. No app icon, no cleared history. Just older alerts and email from work, a weather warning about roads icing overnight. I opened the streaming app. It spun for a second, then dropped me on the homepage. No banners, no pop-up. I checked the following tab. A couple of channels had VODs from earlier in the day, but nobody was live. I closed it. Opened my phone's notification history. The last alert from the app was 2 days ago. Someone I followed had uploaded a new clip. Stream starting now wasn't listed. In the kitchenette, the fridge hummed along, oblivious. The heater in the wall clicked and started blowing warm air into the room, its timing normal. But now my brain mapped that sound against the hiss I'd heard from the TV, the way it had been carefully, unnaturally clear. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I sat on the couch with every light in the apartment on the TV, unplugged my phone face down on the table, and watched the microwave clock inch past midnight in slow, green pulses. The weirdest part was what happened after that. It didn't repeat every night and almost never the same way twice. That would have been too simple. A pattern I could measure. Instead, it was like something was testing the boundaries, poking at my devices from different angles, seeing which ones would respond. Some mornings I'd shuffle out of my bedroom to find my PC awake from sleep monitor, glowing softly in the half-dark. No programs open, no windows maximized, just the login screen or my empty desktop. I always put the machine to sleep manually before bed habit drilled in from years of babying cheap hardware, but lately it seemed to be making its own decisions. I checked the event viewer more than once. No wake timers. No scheduled tasks. Nothing resumed from sleep except vague system entries without clear causes. Once, when I checked the timestamp on one of those wake events, it read 23:47:2. Another read 02:47 something. Not every time. Just often enough. My phone would light up on the coffee table at odd hours, screen bright in a dark room. I'd pick it up to find nothing. No new messages, no missed calls, no phantom alerts in the history. It always seemed to be at 47 past some hour. 10:47, 1:47, 3:47. Like a hand tapping my shoulder but refusing to show itself when I turned. And the building's air system started to feel complicit. Most of the time, the HVAC in my complex ran on what I'd always thought of as building logic, some invisible schedule based on thermostats and timers I didn't control. The vents would sigh on blow tepid air for a while, shut off. Repeat. Background. Now, more nights than not, I'd notice that familiar pattern bending. I'd be sitting on the couch, trying to focus on some mindless show, and watch the microwave clock slide toward 11:47. The heater would be humming a steady white noise rush in the vent behind me. At 11:46, it would still be going. At 11:47, it would stop. Not ramp down, not gradually fade. Just click off, leaving a sudden pocket of quiet in its wake. Sometimes in that brief vacuum, something else slipped in an echo of the thin, high hiss I'd heard through phone speakers and headsets and cheap TV soundbars. Faint enough that I could lie to myself about it. Loud enough that I didn't really. I started timing my evenings around that moment without meaning to. If I was washing dishes at 11:40, I'd find myself drying my hands and stepping away from the sink by 11:45. As if I needed to be in a certain place when the minute turned. If I was in bed, I'd grab my phone and stare at the digits change. If I was in the shower, I'd hear the bathroom fan dip exactly as my mental clock yelled now. The dread wasn't cinematic. It was petty incremental, the way you come to hate a creaking step on your staircase, because you know it's going to make noise every time you pass. And every time it does, it confirms you're in the same old loop. I began to think of the 47 mark as a kind of narrowing in the day. A thin, invisible ridge I walked across every 24 hours, devices and ductwork on either side of me, waiting to see if this was the time they did more than just wake up. Once you start watching the clock, it's hard to stop. I tried to tell myself the devices waking up at 47 were just glitches, firmware bugs, phantom wake timers I hadn't found yet. The kind of stuff I'd spent my entire adult life troubleshooting for other people. But even on the days when I almost believed that something new or stranger would slide in from the edges and rip that belief out by the roots. It started with the overlays. I remember the first time really clearly because of how boring the actual video was. I was watching a guy in Texas review a toaster oven. That's the level my brain had dropped to 20 minutes of some dude saying phrases like preheat consistency and bake mode versus air fry into a 4K camera in a spotless kitchen. It was a Tuesday sometime after 10. My living room was lit by the TV and one small lamp. The world outside my blinds was a smear of wet streetlights and the occasional pair of headlights gliding past. The video was not live. It had been posted a week earlier. Comments, likes, all the usual metrics. Nothing special. About 5 minutes in, as he was talking about crumb trays, a red label appeared in the top left corner of the player. Live. Not the same font as the platform I'd watched Fuji on, but close enough that my chest tightened. A small red rectangle, white letters pulsing once, as if it had just been toggled on. Great, I muttered to myself. They've added some new overlay or something, except they hadn't. At least not in any way I could prove. The toaster guy kept talking, his hand moving across the screen as he pointed out settings. The live label sat over his shoulder, slightly translucent, just enough that I could see the kitchen tiles through it if I looked closely. Then beneath it, a viewer count appeared. 0, 47, 112, 286. It ticked up in little jerks like it was catching up to something. Then it dipped a handful of viewers leaving. 261, 247. The numbers were tiny, almost ghosted into the corner, but they were there. I reached for the remote hit pause. The video froze on the toaster guy mid-gesture, his mouth open on some vowel. The live label and the viewer count froze too. I squinted at the screen. The rest of the UI, the progress bar, play button, channel name, looked completely normal. The live stuff didn't match the style exactly, like someone had layered a different broadcast signal over this one but hadn't fully committed. A faint vertical column of something shimmered on the right side of the frame. For a moment it looked like chat. Little rectangles of text sliding upward, some in Japanese, some in nothing I recognized. Glyphs that didn't match any language I knew. The messages blurred past, too fast to read. I caught maybe 3 characters that meant anything: shan, shui, luo, chiru. Mountain, snow, fall. Then they dissolved. The column faded into the background like smoke, leaving only the frozen toaster guy staring at his own appliance. I unpaused. The video resumed like nothing had happened. The live label and the counter remained for another second, then blinked out mid-sentence. No animation, no slide. Just gone. I told myself it had to be some weird test overlay the platform was rolling out. Maybe an A/B experiment bugged out and stuck on a VODA. It was odd, but not impossible. It happened again 2 nights later. Different video this time, a tech reviewer tearing down a cheap 3D printer. Again, something recorded days ago, clearly marked as uploaded content, not a live broadcast. About 8 minutes in, while he was wrestling with a stripped screw, the bottom right corner of the player lit up with a chat box. No border, semi-transparent. Message bubbles rising and fading like breath on glass. I saw my own username for a split second. Not my real one. Not Mike. The handle I'd used on the platform that night. I watched T fall, the same one I'd been using for years, popping up in English among a flood of Japanese and something else. Denver midnight. Can you hear that I hadn't typed that? Not then. Not ever in that context. By the time my brain finished reading the line, the box was gone. The 3D printer guy kept talking about layer adhesion, oblivious. No live label this time. No viewer count. Just that one brief, impossible glimpse. I grabbed my keyboard and hit the screenshot shortcut. The screen flashed, a little thumbnail appearing in the corner. I opened the capture. No chat overlay, no username, no live label. Just a perfectly normal still of a guy holding a 3D printed cube next to a messy workbench. The next day, during what passed for a social life, I tried to show it to someone. A friend from work, Dylan, had dragged me out for coffee near Union Station, so you remember what the sun looks like. We sat at a tiny table by the window, people in winter coats flowing past outside the station's big clock, staring down at us. I pulled out my phone, opened the streaming app, and played back the same toaster review. Just watch, I said, feeling ridiculous. The live label pops up right, wait for it, nothing happened. No red rectangle, no viewer count, no chat. Just crumb trays and convection modes and my own mounting panic. I swear it was there, I said. My voice sounded thin even to me. Dylan gave me a look halfway between concern and that, You give a client insisting their printer is haunted. Dude, you've been on night shift too long. Your eyes are doing that thing where they try to entertain you. Yeah, I said. Maybe. Back home, I tried again. Same video, same timestamp. The overlays didn't appear. The worst part was when it followed me offline. One Saturday, after a week of devices waking themselves and UI flickers, I decided I needed a break from the internet. No Wi-Fi, no notifications. I dug out an old external hard drive from my desk, blew dust off the casing, and plugged it into my PC. On it, there was a folder of movies I'd ripped years ago, comfort films I knew by heart. I picked one that had nothing to do with mountains or cold. A stupid action flick set in Miami, all sweat and neon and explosions over warm water. I disabled my network adapter entirely, watched the little no internet icon pop up in the taskbar, and hit play. For the first half hour, it felt good. The room filled with the sound of bad dialogue gunshots and a soundtrack that had no business being that catchy. My brain relaxed a fraction. Then, as the hero dove behind a car in slow motion, the video stuttered. Just for a frame. Maybe two. A tiny hiccup you'd barely notice if you weren't already hypersensitive to any flicker. The Miami parking lot vanished, and in its place there was a frame of something else. A slope. Gray ash under a thin layer of snow. Shot in vertical orientation, black bars on the sides, a faint line of a metal fence ending abruptly. Then it was gone. The car was back mid-explosion, the hero ducking the movie, continuing like nothing had happened. I sat up so fast my back twinged. Rewound 10 seconds. Played it again. This time the scene ran smoothly. No hiccup, no mountain, no snow. I scrubbed back and forth, frame by frame. Parking lot, car, hero. No trace of Fuji. No sign the file had done anything but exactly what it was supposed to do. I stared at the paused frame until my eyes watered. Maybe it was just my brain, I told myself. 2 hours of sleep, weeks of stress, a mind that had been feeding itself the same images over and over, digging them up wherever it could. Visual pareidolia, seeing trails and static. But when I checked the system clock in the corner of the screen, it read 11:47 p.m. I started counting seconds before 47, like a smoker counts hours, since their last cigarette compulsively, uselessly, with a kind of private shame. 10 minutes to 7, 5. I'd find myself standing still in my own hallway listening, and once I started listening, I couldn't stop noticing how the world around me seemed to accommodate that minute. Traffic noise that had been a constant whisper all evening would thin out around 45. Cars would stop passing under my window, as often the hiss of tires on wet asphalt going from steady to sporadic. The guy upstairs, who had an uncanny knack for vacuuming at odd hours, always seemed to pause. The steady back and forth of the vacuum cleaner would trail off the motor winding down right around 46 or 47, as if he'd stepped away to do something else. My freezer's ice maker, which usually made a clunky racket whenever it felt like it started avoiding that slice of time. I'd hear the rush of water and the crackle of cubes dropping at 11:35, at 11:52, but rarely, if ever, between 11:46 and 11:48. Maybe it had always been that way, and I was just noticing it now. Maybe I was carving patterns into coincidence. That's the line I fed myself, the same one I'd parroted to users who swore their spreadsheets were cursed. But the quieter things got in those 60 seconds, the more room there was for something else to step in. In the absence of vacuums and ice makers and traffic and building hum, that thin, faraway wind had nothing to compete with. It threaded through the small gaps in the noise, barely there, like breath against glass. Down my hallway, the air would feel a fraction colder. The cheap blinds by the window would tremble as if someone had passed by them even when the heater was off and the windows were shut tight. By the time the clock clicked over to 48, the normal sounds would trickle back in cars, compressors, footsteps pushing the wind back into whatever crack it had been leaking through. But for that 1 minute every hour, my apartment stopped feeling like a place anchored to Denver, Colorado, United States. and started feeling like a browser tab. Something that could have other windows layered over it, other sounds, other lives cutting through for one frame before snapping back. There's a point where fear gets tired of being fear and turns into curiosity with a limp. That's where I was the night I decided to stare a blank screen in the face and see what broke first, me or whatever had been following me from device to device. It was a Tuesday or a Thursday. The days had started to smear together into one long fluorescent blur of Slack pings and grocery receipts. What I remember clearly is the clock. 11:32 p.m., the green digits on the microwave glowed across the room. My apartment lights were off except for the one over the stove, a weak cone of yellow that didn't quite reach the living room. Outside my thin blinds, Denver was awash of sodium orange and the occasional sweep of white headlights passing on the street below. The faint rush of I-25 filtered through the double glass like distant ocean surf. I sat on the couch with the TV off, not on standby, not idling on a home screen, off. The little LED under the frame was dark. I'd unplugged it after the last time it decided to host a phantom broadcast, and only recently dared plug it in again. Now the power cord was in the wall, but I hadn't touched the remote. The screen was a big black rectangle reflecting the room back at me. In the glass, I could see myself mid-30s hair, a little too long, dark crescents under my eyes. The faint outline of the kitchenette behind me. The green glow of the microwave clock hovering over my shoulder like a cheap halo. I told myself this was an experiment, that if I sat here awake and alert and nothing happened, it would prove something. I wasn't sure what. Sanity, coincidence. The boundaries of where real stopped and you need to sleep began. I turned off the stove light. The apartment slipped into deeper shadow. Only two light sources remained, the microwave clock casting sickly green numbers across the cheap countertop, and the diluted glow of the city pressing against the blinds. The TV was a darker shape in the dark, absorbing even that. Background sounds filtered in once my eyes adjusted. A far-off siren rising, then falling somewhere toward downtown. The low, steady hum of the fridge vibrating faintly through the floor into the couch frame. A neighbor 2 doors down closing their door latch, catching the muffled thump of footsteps receding. My own breathing sounded too loud. 11:44 p.m. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, set to Do Not Disturb. My laptop was closed. The only wireless signals in the room were the ones I couldn't control. My plan was simple, just look. Watch the TV, watch the minute change. Prove to myself that screens need input, that glass is just glass unless you feed it something. I felt stupid sitting rigid on a thrift store couch, staring at a dead television like it might grow teeth. But I didn't get up. The siren faded away. The fridge hummed. Somewhere in the building, the elevator dinged and slid shut again. The sound a soft, distant chuff, like a giant exhaling. The microwave ticked over. 11:45 p.m. I leaned forward unconsciously, elbows on my knees, eyes fixed on the television. All I saw was my own outline floating dimly in the black glass. A ghost watching a ghost. Nothing happened. 11:46 crawled up a minute later. The hum of the fridge dipped, then steadied again. A car passed outside, tires hissing through leftover slush on the road. The building's HVAC gave its usual little shudder through the vents, then settled. Then the clock flicked from 11:46 to 11:47 and the TV turned on. It didn't do it the way it usually did. When you hit the remote, there's always a sequence, that tiny click from inside the frame, the LED blinking a second of dead black, then the backlight flaring to life and the logo popping up. This was different. There was no click, no LED. The glass just began to glow from within, as if someone had slowly raised a dimmer on the other side of the screen. My reflection faded as the black brightened to a kind of murky gray. I didn't move. My hands clamped on my knees so hard my nails dug through the denim. At first it looked like nothing, just a nearly black image like the TV had powered on to an input with no signal. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized there was shape. The gray wasn't uniform. Shadows cut across it in faint diagonal bands. A lighter strip ran from the bottom center toward the upper right, textured in a way that made my skin prickle. Snow. Thin, hard-packed, dusted over something darker and rougher beneath. A slope. The screen resolution was low, grainy, like someone had taken a vertical phone video and stretched it onto a horizontal panel. I could almost see the jagged edge of a trail, the faint suggestion of a drop into nothing on one side swallowed in the murk. UI appeared in the top left corner. Clean, sharp, as if overlaid by the TV itself. Live red rectangle white letters. Next to it, in smaller digital font, watching the viewer count ticked once like a heartbeat. One viewer, me. My mouth went dry. I didn't have the remote in my hand this time. It sat by my thigh, inert like a plastic talisman that had stopped believing in itself. Sound bled in a second later. At first I thought it was electrical noise, the sort of soft fizz you hear when a cheap speaker powers up. But this had direction, texture, the wind. Not a roar, not yet. A thin, restless hiss rising and falling in shallow breaths. It came from the TV's speakers, at first thin cones buried in plastic. But then it shifted. Without the sound level changing, the position of it moved. One moment the hiss was clearly in front of me, anchored to the panel. The next it was behind my right shoulder, as if a window I didn't have had been opened a crack. A few seconds later, it slipped to my left, brushing past my ear like someone whispering without words. It felt like being in a surround sound demo for a system I'd never bought. Every sensible part of me knew there were only 2 speakers in that TV, both in the bottom frame. The sound should have been anchored there. It wasn't. The room itself seemed to be emitting it. My apartment stopped feeling like a box of drywall and started feeling like the ridge on that screen. Exposed, narrow, sky pressing down. The temperature didn't change, not really, but my body insisted it did. Goosebumps prickled along my arms. The air suddenly felt thinner, like I'd climbed too fast. The chat popped up next. No gradual scroll, no flood of messages. Just a single line appearing in the lower left corner of the screen in a translucent box. The text was in Japanese characters, crisp and white against the nearly black slope. A half-second later, as my brain began parsing bits, Anata Zueho made another line of smaller text appeared above it in gray. Auto-translated from Japanese. And under that, in English, you stayed until the end last time. I don't know how long I stared at that sentence. My heart hammered against my ribs. The couch cushion under me felt suddenly too soft, like I could sink right through it. My lungs couldn't decide whether to pant or freeze. I ended up doing both in short, jerky bursts. You stayed until the end last time. It was stupid. But up until that moment, it had all felt lateral, like something brushing alongside my life. Ghost alerts, glitched overlays, devices waking themselves. Creepy, unsettling, yes, but indirect. Sideways. This wasn't sideways. This was a finger pressed straight into my chest. On the screen, the viewer count ticked. 0001, 0002. The wind lifted a little stronger, like someone inhaling nearby. I could have sworn I felt it on the back of my neck. 4. No other chat messages appeared, but the numbers kept climbing. Slowly, steadily up from the basement. It felt less like actual people joining, and more like the interface was remembering something. replaying a pattern it had executed before. The memory of the original stream slammed into me. The way the viewer count had spiked in the last-minute chat, suddenly flooding with messages I couldn't read fast enough. All those invisible eyes clicking in, drawn to the edge at the exact wrong moment. The wind shifted again. For a breathless second, it wasn't a hiss, it was breath. Wet air exhaled too close to the shell of my ear. Another chat line appeared. This time there was no Japanese, no gray translation note, just plain English text sitting in the box like it had always been meant to be read that way. "Don't close the stream this time, Mike." It felt like someone had leaned in close and whispered my name directly into my skull. I hadn't entered my real name on that platform, ever. I was Denver Midnight there. My email had a pseudonym. My account profile was a generic anime icon and a city. The TV didn't have my info. It was a dumb panel plugged into a cheap streaming stick. My streaming stick account had my first name abbreviated at most. Not Mike. Not written clean and casual like a friend calling across a room. I don't remember standing up. One moment I was sitting, fingers dug into my knees. The next, I was on my feet, heart slamming against my throat, the room tilting slightly, as if I'd gotten up too fast. The viewer count climbed. 24. I could hear my pulse in my ears, a heavy, wet thud under the wind's thin whistle. The slope on the screen seemed steeper every time I glanced at it, the faint scrap of trail shrinking the darkness on the right side of the frame, deepening into a suggestion of bottomless space. My hand shot toward the back of the TV. The plastic housing was warm under my fingers, the faint vibration of running electronics, a low hum against my skin. The chat box flickered as if it were about to update. I didn't wait to see what came next. I grabbed the power cord where it plugged into the wall and yanked. The prongs scraped for a split second, then came free with a tiny spark I could feel more than see. The TV died. No fade this time. No polite chime. The glow snapped off so fast, the room seemed to lurch. The slope, the chat, the viewer count, the red live tag, all of it vanished, replaced by my own faint reflection in dead glass and the shape of my living room behind me. The wind stopped. Not tapered, not drifted. It cut. The silence that dropped into its place was so sudden it made me sway. My ears rang with the absence of it. For a heartbeat, there was no sound except my rough breathing and the faint crackle of static building in my own nervous system. Then slowly, the ordinary noises of the building filtered back in. Somewhere in the walls, pipes creaked, expanding or contracting with the heating system. The sound traveled up through the structure, a long, low groan, followed by a sharp, hollow thunk directly above my ceiling. Like something heavy had just shifted its weight in the unit above mine. I looked up, my hand still wrapped around the unplugged cord knuckles, white. The apartment above me had been empty for 2 months. There's a line you cross somewhere between spooked and broken, where you start wondering if the scariest thing isn't the ghost, but your own brain. I hit that line the morning I caught myself staring at my TV's unplugged power cord, like it was a snake wondering if it was going to bite me. I'd left it disconnected after the "don't close the stream this time" Mike incident. 3 days later, the TV was still dead. No phantom power-ons, no live labels burned into the glass. The cords lay coiled on the carpet like the guts of some dormant animal. It should have made me feel safe. Instead, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom electric hum of the fan, loud in the small tiled room, and I realized I'd left the door half open so I could see that stretch of living room carpet in the mirror. My gaze kept flicking back to the dark rectangle of the TV like I was expecting it to glow even without electricity. I spat, rinsed, stared at myself, red eyes, pale skin, jaw tight enough to crack a tooth. This is stupid, I told my reflection. You fix printers for a living. You know how things work. The reflection didn't look convinced. That afternoon on my lunch break, I went to my insurance portal instead of Reddit. 5 clicks later, I was staring at a list of in-network therapists. The nearest ones had cartoon profile photos or stock pictures of people framed by bookshelves and plants. They all promised the same stuff: anxiety management, trauma-informed care, cognitive behavioral therapy. I picked the one with the shortest wait time and the least obnoxious website font. Booked a Tuesday at 3 p.m. telehealth. No big deal. People did this all the time. I told myself I was being responsible. When the appointment came, it was sunny outside, actual sunlight slanting through my blinds for once instead of sodium orange. I set my laptop on the tiny kitchen table so the therapist could see something that looked like a normal background. A fridge with magnets, a cabinet, the corner of a cheap print I'd bought at Target to pretend I had taste. The connection bloomed into a woman in her 40s with calm eyes and a Denver mug. We did the introductions, names, rough sketch of my job, the usual insurance-mandated questions. So she said, after we'd covered family history and medications, "What brought you in?" I opened my mouth, closed it. There's no checkbox for haunted by UI elements. I watched something I probably shouldn't have, I said finally. A video. Live. A guy died. On camera. Her expression didn't flicker. If anything, it softened. Was this an accident, violence accident? Kind of. I picked at a scratch on the table with my thumb. Winter climbing accident. Mount Fuji. He was streaming. I was just there, watching. When it happened. She nodded slowly. And since then, I said, carefully editing as I went, I've been anxious, I guess. Sleep's bad. I keep replaying it, late at night especially. I work weird hours, so I'm up around the time it happened. It feels like it's still happening sometimes. She wrote something in a notebook I couldn't see. You described your work schedule in your intake form. Remote IT late-night shifts. That's a lot of solo time in front of screens. Have you had trouble with sleep or anxiety before this? Not like this? I shrugged. Normal stuff. Stress deadlines. This is different. I'll be sitting there and it's like I'm back at that exact minute. Same time on the microwave, same sounds outside. Like I'm stuck. To be clear, she said gently. You're not reliving new content, right? You're remembering the stream, not watching something new, right? I lied. Remembering. She nodded. What you're describing sounds a lot like a trauma response. It doesn't have to be something that happened to you physically. Witnessing a death, especially in real time, can absolutely get wired into your nervous system. Your brain marks that context, time, place, sensory details as danger. So when you're in a similar state again, it replays the alarm. Feels less like an alarm and more like a broadcast, I said before I could stop myself. She smiled a little at that. Brains love patterns, especially at night when there's less stimulation. We fill in gaps. If you're exhausted alone and staring at screens in the dark, your mind is going to lean into whatever it's been looping on. That doesn't mean it's supernatural. It means it's sticky. I nodded as if that settled it. It didn't. But it was something to hold on to. She gave me tools. That's what therapy is in the beginning: tool distribution. First, she said, you need to give your nervous system new associations for that time of night. If 11:40 to midnight is glued to this experience, let's unglue it. Routine. No screens an hour before bed. Read a book. Take a shower. Journal. And I want you in bed before 11 if your work schedule allows. Less YouTube, more paper, I said. Exactly. And if you catch yourself doom scrolling, especially about that incident, stop. Curiosity is natural, but constant exposure can keep the wound open. She paused. You can't logic your way out of every feeling, but you can starve certain cycles. I left out the part where the cycles seemed to be coming to me uninvited, where my devices woke themselves up and displayed content I hadn't chosen. That felt like a second-layer confession. Maybe next session, I told myself, when you don't sound like a lunatic. We wrapped with homework, consistent bedtime screens, off some basic breathing exercises. I closed the laptop and sat at my little kitchen table, staring at the empty chair where her image had been a second before. Sunlight shifted across my counter, catching on the rim of a chipped mug. Somewhere outside, a dog barked, the sound bouncing between buildings. It was all so normal. I decided to try being normal too. That night, I shut everything down early. At 10:15, I closed my laptop, took the streaming stick out of the TV entirely, and coiled its cable like a dead snake in the drawer, with old routers and spare cables. I reached behind the TV, unplugged the power cord from the wall, and let it drop with a soft thunk onto the carpet. No surprises, I said aloud to no one. I set my phone to Do Not Disturb and left it on the kitchen counter instead of the nightstand. I even locked my laptop in the cheap IKEA drawer under the TV, turning the tiny key with a click, like that flimsy lock meant anything to a circuit board. Then I stood in the middle of my living room and listened. The building's HVAC hummed comfortably. Someone's TV upstairs played a game show, laughter leaking through the ceiling in muffled bursts, canned and warm. A train horn drifted in from somewhere near the rail yard, long and low, then another answering it, those big lazy blasts that turn the whole night into one long-held note. In the bathroom, I flipped on the fan just to have it on, letting the hum blend with the other noises. It filled the small space with a steady, fuzzy roar, cheap white noise, but white noise all the same. In bed, I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling. The glow from the parking lot lights outside painted vague rectangles on the walls. The building creaked in familiar ways, pipes ticking, someone shutting a cabinet. Footsteps crossing the hall and fading. For 3 nights, nothing happened. I obeyed the rules. In bed before 11. No screens after 10. I read an actual physical book, a beat-up paperback someone had left in the laundry room months ago. The pages smelled faintly like detergent and old smoke. The story was about a guy fixing up a cabin in the woods. No ghosts, no curses, just wood rot and bad plumbing. It was exactly the kind of boring I needed. My brain didn't magically reset, but the edges softened. I still woke up at 3 a.m. once or twice, heart pounding for no reason I could name, but when I listened, all I heard was the upstairs neighbor's TV murmuring and the distant hum of the freeway. No wind, no phantom live labels, no devices waking themselves. By the 4th night, I let myself believe. Maybe the therapist was right. Maybe I'd let one horrible random thing expand into every quiet corner of my life. Maybe my own brain had been replaying it in ways that felt external because they were too ugly to accept as internal. That Saturday around noon, bright, pale winter sun pouring through the blinds, I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I watched a hiking vlog. I picked it carefully. Midday, not night. Summer, not winter. A smiling couple in bright jackets tramping along a well-marked trail in Colorado, somewhere blue sky overhead, dogs running ahead of them with their tongues out. The title was something harmless, like Easy Day Hike Near Boulder, Family Friendly. No cliffs, no snow. No words like Fuji or Summit or off-season in the description. I cast it to the TV plugged in just for this, power cord firmly in place, streaming stick connected all above board and normal. The picture came up instantly. No flicker, no red dot. As I watched them stop to point at wildflowers and distant ridgelines, the only wind I heard was the mic picking up gentle breezes through pines. It wasn't the thin, high, tearing sound I'd come to dread. It was low, soft, full of leaves. This is fine, I told myself. People hike, people film it. Sometimes bad things happen, but most of the time they don't. The microwave clock read 12:07 p.m. Sunlight bounced off the snowbanks, making the whole living room feel washed out and bright. A delivery truck beeped as it backed up outside. Someone's kid yelled "Mom, watch" in the parking lot. If there were ghosts in the picture, they were buried deep inside the pixels, invisible under the glare. For the first time in weeks, watching a trail on a screen didn't make my stomach twist. I took that as proof. Proof that if I did all the right things, slept on schedule, unplugged, the TV at night didn't feed the obsession, the weirdness would stop. The timing would loosen. The world would go back to being just input and output, cause and effect. It felt good letting myself believe that. Even if somewhere under all the logic and routine there was a part of me that knew belief doesn't change the weather. It only changes whether you carry an umbrella. It was almost funny how normal the relapse looked on paper. It was a Friday, real Friday, not my schedule's weird, so Wednesday feels like Friday. Actual end-of-week Friday. One of my coworkers had just gotten promoted, and the team decided we should go celebrate like human beings instead of Slack avatars, as Dylan put it. We met at a bar off Colfax, the kind with sticky tables and Christmas lights that never come down. TVs lined the walls, each tuned to some game or highlight reel. The air smelled like spilled beer fryer oil and a lemony cleaner that had lost the fight like 3 hours ago. We grabbed a high top near the jukebox. Somebody fed it crumpled bills and queued up a mess of classic rock and 90s hip-hop. The music was too loud for quiet thoughts. Glasses clinked. People shouted for their teams. A cluster of younger guys in jerseys argued about some players' stats words, tumbling over each other in a friendly roar. It was perfect. I let the noise carry me. I laughed at jokes that weren't that funny. I drank more than I should have on an empty stomach, cheap draft beer that tasted like aluminum and cold. For a few hours, my world narrowed to the ring of faces around the table, to the glow of the game, on the nearest TV reflecting in puddles of spilled IPA. When I checked my phone, it was 11:12 p.m. A Slack DM from a client blinked in the corner of the screen. I ignored it. For once, I didn't want to be the guy who answered tickets at the bar. By the time I said my goodbyes and stepped out onto the sidewalk, the night air hit me like a bucket of ice water. The lingering warmth of the bar peeled away in an instant. My breath came out in small white clouds that vanished under the streetlights. Denver felt different at that hour, when you were a little drunk, softer around the edges. Headlights dragged long smears of light down the wet street. A bus sighed past windows fogged from bodies packed inside. Somewhere a siren cried, distant and muffled. I walked home, hands shoved deep in my jacket pockets, the collar turned up against the cold. My head buzzed, but in a pleasant, cotton-stuffed way. Life felt big and ordinary again. People had bars and promotions and jukeboxes. Not everything was vertical video and falling. By the time I climbed the stairs to my building's second floor, the buzz had sharpened into a faint throb behind my eyes. My key slipped a little in the lock before catching. The deadbolt thunked, echoing down the empty hallway. Inside my apartment smelled like what it always smelled like after hours away, a mix of old coffee laundry detergent and the faint metallic tang of the building's pipes. The only light was a thin stripe coming under the door from the hallway and the green glow of the microwave clock across the room. 11:30 p.m. Not great. I hadn't meant to cut it this close. but I told myself it was fine, better even. I'd go to the bathroom, wash my face, drink a glass of water, and be in bed before 11:40. No screens, no experiments, just sleep. The TV sat against the far wall, a big blank shape in the dark. Its power cord lay unplugged on the carpet, exactly where I dropped it after the last incident. The streaming stick still lived in the drawer with the extra Ethernet cables. The panel was just glass now. A dead thing. My phone lay face up on the coffee table between an empty mug and a crumpled receipt. I gave it a long look, then decided I'd earned a little tiny concession. I'll just check a couple emails, I thought. Clear anything urgent. Then bed. I moved slower than I realized. By the time I'd tossed my jacket on the back of the couch, filled a glass with tap water, and splashed cold onto my face in the bathroom, the clock over the microwave had crawled to 11:45. I dried my face on a threadbare towel, listening. The building seemed unusually quiet for a Friday. No upstairs vacuum, no muffled TV from the neighbor to my right, no distant laughter in the hallway. Just the low hum of the fridge and the faint whisper of the bathroom fan still spinning down. I stepped back into the living room, water glass in hand. My phone screen was dark. I hadn't touched it yet. 2 emails, I muttered. 3 max. I sat on the couch and reached for the device. As my fingers brushed the edge of the case, the microwave colon blinked and the numbers changed. 11:47 p.m. The phone lit up. I jerked my hand back like it had hissed. The lock screen bloomed into view, not from a tap or a button press, just on. No notification preview, no buzzing. Then, without me touching it, the streaming app icon popped into the center of the screen and expanded, swallowing everything else. The app opened itself. I froze. The familiar splash screen appeared, logo over a neutral background. The little loading spinner turned twice, then the home interface slid into place. My thumb hovered an inch above the glass, not quite making contact. The cursor moved. That was the only way I could describe it. There was no actual cursor on the screen. It was a touch screen, not a desktop. But the way the highlighted elements hopped from one selection to another felt exactly like watching someone else move a mouse. The focus jumped from the For You row to categories. Down, over. It landed on the same section I'd browsed the night I found the Fuji stream, late-night IRL broadcasters, explorers, walkers in neon-lit cities and snow. My hand stayed in my lap. The app behaved like it hadn't noticed. The highlight square slid to sort by live. Selected itself. The screen flickered. No streams populated the grid. The section stayed stubbornly blank, empty thumbnails marked "No content available." The app didn't seem to care. The phone speaker came on with a faint click. Wind poured out of it, not the sound effect from a stock library, not the low, cozy whoosh of a camping vlog or a guy on a mountaintop with good audio equipment. This was the thin, tearing hiss that had threaded itself through my life for weeks. Higher pitched than you'd expect, with tiny shifts and drops, like syllables in a language of air. There was no visible player. No progress bar, no pause button, nothing to tell me where the sound was coming from inside the interface. The app still displayed the empty category grid, the no content available placeholder, staring back at me like a dare. My chest tightened. The urge to tap, to scroll, to uncover the source of that sound hummed in my fingers like static. It felt almost physical, a pressure behind my eyes, behind my forehead, as if something was leaning on the inside of my skull, nudging me toward cooperation. Just watch it, seemed to suggest. You already know how it ends. In the kitchen behind me, my smart speaker chimed. I'd forgotten it was even there. A cheap cylinder, more radio than assistant in my life, sitting on the counter by the toaster. I hadn't said its wake word. My mouth was clamped shut. My throat felt too tight for speech. "I'm sorry," it said in its bright default voice, cutting cleanly through the TV-less room. I didn't catch that. "Could you repeat your request?" The phone in my hand hissed. The app remained frozen on the empty category, but the wind sound fluttered, gaining a strange flanging quality, like it was being picked up by more than one microphone and layered. I didn't say a word. The smart speaker's light ring spun once, then died. "Good night," it said quietly this time. Not in its usual chipper sign-off. Flat, almost mumbled. Then it shut itself off so completely that for a second I thought the power had gone out. The wind continued. It grew louder, filling the room, filling the space between my ears. On the phone, the app's interface flickered, as if the grid were struggling to populate with something it wasn't allowed to show me. My rational brain tried to assert itself. Some bug, it whispered. Some exploit. Remote control hijacked. Audio glitch. You're drunk. You're tired. You're projecting. But the logic felt paper thin against the way my skin crawled against the solid, undeniable sensation of being watched, counted. Like a viewer number somewhere had ticked from 0 to 0001 the moment my eyes locked onto the screen. The pressure in my head increased. It wasn't a voice exactly, but there was a pull, a sense that whatever this was wanted me to stay, to see, to let whatever it was trying to load. Just watch. You stayed until the end last time. My thumb twitched toward the screen. The wind surged in volume, rushing in my ears like blood. I did the only thing that felt like mine. I flipped the phone face down. The sound muffled but didn't stop. The hiss seeped out around the edges, tinny and insistent. The surface of the coffee table vibrated slightly under my fingertips. "Nope," I said, voice shaking. No. Keys, door, stairs. Those became the next 3 commands my body executed, not any software. I snatched my key ring from the hook by the door, the metal clinking loud in the too quiet space. The lock was suddenly stiff, the deadbolt reluctant to turn, but my hands found the right angle muscle memory overriding the tremor. As I yanked the door open, the hallway's fluorescent light crashed over me like a wave. For a second, the hiss seemed to recoil, thinning, as if the open door had broken some pressure seal. I stepped out, still hearing it in my head, and slammed the door behind me. The wind cut off mid-breath. Outside in the stairwell, the air smelled like dust and someone's cheap floral detergent. The emergency light at the far end cast everything in dull amber. My footsteps on the concrete stairs echoed up and down in blunt, solid thuds. No hiss, no glitching UI, just the sound of a building built in the 70s doing its best not to fall apart. I leaned against the cool cinderblock wall on the first landing, heart-racing breath, coming in visible little puffs. Downstairs, a car door slammed. Someone laughed as they crossed the parking lot. A plane droned far overhead, invisible. The world went on, oblivious. I stood there, keys digging into my palm, until my heart slowed, and my breathing didn't sound like I'd just sprinted a mile. The urge behind my eyes faded like pressure easing off a bruise. Only then did it hit me the TV had been unplugged. The smart speaker wasn't on any screen. The laptop was locked away. The one device I'd left connected, the one I'd told myself I could control, had turned itself into a door I'd almost stepped through. The algorithm wasn't recommending anymore. It felt like it was insisting. I didn't go far. Just down 2 flights of concrete stairs through the front door with its sticky hydraulic hinge, and into the parking lot that wraps around my building like a moat of bad asphalt and oil stains. The night hit me in the face, cold and raw, my breath turning into little white ghosts that vanished as soon as they floated up into the amber spill of the sodium lamps. A thin crust of old snow clung to the curbs, and the bases of the shrubs gray and pitted from a week of freeze-thaw. My car sat in its usual spot near the chain-link fence that separates the lot from the frontage road. White Corolla 5 years old, a couple of dings on the passenger side door from people who either hated me or didn't know what a parking line was. I unlocked it with a chirp, climbed in, and shut the door. The sudden quiet had its own kind of pressure. Out there, the building hum was replaced by something thinner, the soft hiss of distant highway traffic, the occasional tire on wet pavement. A train horn wailed somewhere out near the Platte River, long and low, then faded. I didn't start the engine. I just sat. The air in the car was colder than my apartment. The fabric of the driver's seat felt rough under my palms. My fingers left little smudges of warmth on the steering wheel that faded quickly back to chill. The dome light dimmed itself into darkness after a few seconds, and I was left in a capsule lit only by the faint orange glow of the dash clock. 11:52 p.m. I listened to the car cool around me, the quiet ticks and pops of contracting metal. A soft, settling creak as something in the dash shifted. No wind sound. No TV, no smart speaker, no fridge. Just my own breathing and the faint hum of Denver beyond the fence. I could have turned the key, driven somewhere bright and crowded 24-hour diner big box store anywhere with too much light and not enough quiet. Instead, I reached for my phone. If it's just the apartment, I thought this will be fine. That's how I justified it. I told myself I was running a test. If the weirdness only happened inside, tied to my wiring, my outlets, my walls, then out here in a 4-door Japanese rectangle under an open sky, the app would behave like software written by humans for other humans. My thumb hovered over the power button for a second longer than it should have. Then I woke the screen. Lock screen, notification shade empty, battery at 38%, no phantom alerts. My hands shook a little, but I told myself that was just the cold and the leftover adrenaline. I unlocked it, found the streaming app icon, and tapped. It opened normally. Logo little loading spinner, then the familiar home screen, with its tiled chaos of thumbnails, retro game streams, mukbang, someone sitting in an LED-lit room talking to chat. No late-night mountain hikes surfaced by default. No red dot in the corner. I scanned the interface, holding my breath without meaning to. Nothing. I almost laughed. It came out as a short, dry exhale that fogged the inside of the windshield. "See?" I muttered. Just a banner dropped down from the top of the screen. Not a system notification. A glossy in-app ribbon that pushed the top row of thumbnails down a few millimeters. It was the platform's usual, because you watched, strip, except there was no text like that. Just a label recommended for you. Beneath it centered was a single thumbnail. Black, almost completely. You had to squint to see anything at all beyond the compression artifacts. But after a second, the image resolved into something more than noise, a faint diagonal of lighter gray cutting across the frame mottled with specks. Snow. Sparse, hard, scattered over darker material. Ash or rock or both. The angle of it was wrong for a floor or a roof. It looked like a slope. The title underneath was in Japanese white characters on a dark background. Fuji-san was in there. Fuji-san followed by a string of letters and numbers that meant nothing. Some encoding artifact or deliberate scrambling. It didn't look like a real channel name. It looked like something spat out by a randomizer that had been fed a nightmare. Under the title in smaller text, Viewers 1, my own reflection ghosted across the glass of the phone screen, eyes wide, jaw clenched. I knew what the sane thing was. Close the app, lock the phone, throw it into the glove box, drive. Instead, half out of anger and half out of the kind of curiosity that makes people lean over balconies, I tapped the thumbnail. The screen went black. Not the phone off black, but the slightly backlit kind that tells you something is loading. A small buffering icon spun once in the center, then the feed snapped on. For a split second, the camera showed a snowy ridge I recognized in my bones. Narrow path. Ash-dark slope sliced with wind-carved drifts. Empty sky above a flat sheet of colorless light. The angle was that same nauseating downhill tilt I'd seen from T's phone when he mistimed that last step. Then the camera panned fast, clumsy like someone lifting their arm in a hurry. The horizon swung, and for the first time my stomach didn't drop because of a cliff. In the foreground, under the slope, was a parking lot. Not in Japan, not anywhere that made sense, just asphalt, faded white lines, a chain-link fence running along one side, topped with a limp strand of barbed wire. Beyond it, a strip of scrubby grass, and then the dark smear of the frontage road. A row of cars sat angled along the fence. A silver SUV, a red sedan with a missing hubcap, a white Corolla with a dent on the passenger side door. My white Corolla. The street lamp above Space 17 was crooked, casting everything in that same bruised orange that painted my complex every night. The particular pattern of cracks in the asphalt around the drain, the recycling dumpster at the far corner with its lid half broken off. It was all there in grainy, vertical video, a place I knew stitched beneath a slope I absolutely did not. Wind tore through the speakers loud enough that I flinched and turned the volume down by instinct. It wasn't just the high-cutting Fuji wind now. It had layers. Underneath the hiss, I could hear the soft, constant rush of highway traffic, exactly like the faint sound slipping through my real windshield, synced in rhythm. And under that, if I strained, the distant hollow wail of a train horn. Not generic, not stock. The timing matched the ones I'd heard a few minutes before walking out to the car. For a dizzy moment, I had the sensation of the feed and the real world clicking into alignment. Two transparencies held together until the parking lot on my screen and the one out my actual windows became one scene. My car parked under my building, except above it, there was no building, no sky, just a slope dropping down from nowhere. My breath fogged the interior. On the screen, in tiny puffs visible in the chill air of the feed, someone else's breath did the same. The camera angle dipped, then steadied like whoever was holding the phone had tightened their grip. Chat popped up on the lower left. No Japanese this time. No auto-translate tags. Just white English text on a translucent black strip, messages appearing one after another in that jittery, slightly delayed way livestream chat always has. System chat connected. Then, users 01 nice car Mike. The letters felt heavier than they should, each one hitting my eyes like a little impact. Another line scrolled up almost immediately. User 02. Denver looks cold tonight. I didn't feel myself start to shake, but suddenly the phone was bouncing slightly in my hand, the video shivering, chat messages jittering. No one had ever typed my name on that platform. Not my real one. Not in public chat. That handle Mike didn't exist in my account settings. The app had my email, my billing info, sure, but the username everyone saw was Denver Talk to Midnight. Seeing my actual name in that font, in that space, made something in my gut clench like a fist. Outside the windshield, nothing moved. My building's brick facade loomed dark except for the stairwell window glowing weakly. The chain-link fence at the lot's edge rattled once in a small gust. The lot was empty of people. On the screen, the lot was not empty. A shadow moved between the cars. Not a person exactly. more like an absence of light walking upright the way a reflection moves when you don't. It drifted behind my Corolla, the outline too tall, too thin, its edges blurred by the grain. As it passed under the crooked street lamp for a fraction of a second, whatever lay under that shape caught the light. The back of a white sedan, a dent on the passenger side door. My thumb hit the home button so hard it hurt. The stream vanished, the app minimized. My home screen popped up as if I'd never left it, rows of icons, a wallpaper photo from some hike 2 summers ago, where the worst thing that happened was a sunburn. The wind didn't stop right away. It thinned like blood pressure dropping, then faded to a ringing silence. My heart slammed against my ribs, wild and arrhythmic. My palms were slick on the steering wheel, even though I hadn't actually driven anywhere yet. For a second, I considered throwing the phone onto the passenger seat, getting out of the car, and just running until my lungs gave out. Instead, I jammed the key into the ignition and cranked the engine. The starter whined, caught, and the familiar vibration of the Corolla waking up rattled through my bones. I pulled out of the space too fast, tires crunching over gritty ice near the curb. The chain-link fence flashed by in my headlights, the frontage road opened up ahead, and I turned onto it without really deciding which direction to go. I drove. No destination, no radio. The silence in the car felt safer than letting any speaker in my orbit connect to anything else. The only sounds were the hum of the engine, the sound of the tires on wet pavement, and the occasional squeak of a wiper blade across the glass. I drifted under streetlight after streetlight, Denver rolling past in a series of orange-lit vignettes, gas stations half empty, their canopy lights buzzing. Closed storefronts with metal grates, pulled down graffiti layered like palimpsest. An all-night diner with 3 lonely cars in the lot, and a neon open sign flickering like it was too tired to commit. I avoided the highway without meaning to. Side streets felt safer, slower, like if something reached for me it would take longer to catch up. Every time I stopped at a red light, my eyes flicked to the digital clock on the dash. 12:06, 12:19, 12:31. The minutes stacked up in ways that didn't feel right, like someone had slipped extra ones in sideways. The distance I covered didn't match the time that passed, or maybe that was just adrenaline playing with my sense of scale. By the time I steered back into my own neighborhood, the snowbanks looked different, lower. The trash in the gutters had shifted. A fresh dusting of salt lines traced the edges of the lanes. It felt like I'd been gone a whole night. The clock said 12:47. You don't really think of an apartment as something that can tilt. It's drywall and cheap carpet and a slab of concrete. Level. Stupidly predictable. When things go wrong in apartments, they're boring leaks, mold, noisy neighbors. Nobody warns you about topography. The first time I noticed it, I'd just gotten out of the shower. It was a Tuesday 2-3 weeks after the parking lot stream. I'd gone back to my good boy routine, no screens after 10, laptop locked away, TV unplugged. The bathroom was full of fog mirror, blurred, the tiny fan in the ceiling buzzing like an overworked insect. I stepped out, towel around my waist, and padded into the hallway. My apartment has one of those cookie-cutter layouts you see in every mid-range complex in America. Short hall from the bedroom to the living room, bathroom door on one side, closet on the other. Maybe 12 feet max. You could walk it half asleep without ever really waking up. I had. Dozens of times. That night, halfway down, my calves burned just a little, and I had the weirdest sensation that I was walking uphill. I actually stopped and looked down like I expected to see the hallway sloping away from me. The carpet was the same sad brown. It had always been flattened in the middle from years of traffic. The walls met the floor at a perfect right angle. The framed print I'd hung near the living room end was level, but my body disagreed. I took another step and felt my weight shift backward the way it does when you're on a ramp that's just steep enough to make you lean forward. I had to adjust my balance toes, gripping the carpet to keep from drifting toward the bedroom. By the time I reached the living room, the sensation was gone. I chalked it up to post-shower lightheadedness. My heart was still beating a little too fast from the hot water. My head felt fuzzy. It was nothing. Later that night, it happened again, only this time the other way. I'd fallen asleep on the couch again with a paperback splayed over my chest. When I woke up, the room was dark except for the microwave clock and a faint glow from outside. My neck hurt. My mouth tasted like old coffee. I checked the time. 2:17 a.m. I groaned, sat up, and decided I should at least crawl into bed like a semi-functional adult. As soon as I turned into the hallway, I felt the sense that I'd stepped onto a downward slope. My feet wanted to move faster than the rest of me, like the ground was gently encouraging me toward the bedroom. Gravity felt redirected. 2 steps in my brain flashed an image that made my skin crawl, that narrow stretch of icy trail just below Fuji's summit, where one wrong lean had sent a man skating into the sky. I stopped dead. The hallway was straight, flat, boring. My landlord would have bragged about how level it was if I'd asked. The cheap, flush-mounted ceiling light cast its usual dull circle. My framed print hung still on the wall. There was no incline, no ramp, nothing. My body didn't care. This wasn't a thought. It was a sensation, deep, muscular, as if my inner ear had been calibrated to a different map. I backed up into the living room and grabbed my notebook. The therapist had suggested journaling as a way to externalize intrusive thoughts. I doubted she'd meant chart your haunted hallway like a surveyor, but that's what it turned into. I flipped to a blank page, wrote hallway feels sloped toward bedroom. 2:19 a.m. No wind, no weird sounds, just wrong angle. Underneath, I drew a little rectangle to represent the hall, then an arrow pointing toward the bedroom. It felt stupid. It also felt necessary. That was the night I started keeping track. At first, it was just the obvious stuff, times, sensations, anything that felt even slightly out of true. The squeak that traveled along the ceiling at exactly 47 after the hour, like someone rolling a heavy object across the unit above me, except that unit was supposed to be empty. The soft crack from the far corner of the bedroom at 10:47, 11:47, 12:47, like a small knuckle popping in the building's bones. Then came the visual glitches. They were brief flashes, really, but once I noticed them, I couldn't unsee them. On clear nights, the city glow usually seeped through my blinds in a familiar palette orange from the sodium lamps in the lot, colder white from the LED streetlights on the frontage road, occasional blue from a passing cop car or ambulance. It was a messy human light. One evening around 11:40, I walked into the living room with a glass of water and froze. The light leaking around the edges of my blinds looked wrong. It wasn't orange. It wasn't blue. It was a washed-out gray-white glare, the kind you get when sunlight hits a field of snow and bounces straight into your eyes. It made the edges of my IKEA shelves look overexposed, the corners of the room hazy. I blinked hard. When my eyes refocused, the light was back to normal, dingy orange and foul-weather gray. I wrote it down. Gray-white at window edges, 11:41 p.m., looked like snow glare. No actual snow falling. Another time I was walking barefoot from the bedroom to the kitchen half awake, thinking about nothing more complicated than whether I had any cereal left. I hit the middle of the hallway and stopped. The carpet under my toes didn't feel like carpet. For maybe 2 steps, it had a different texture, dry, fine, almost sandy. There was a weird crunch to it, not the muffled give of fibers, but the faint grit of something granular shifting under weight. Not beach sand. That's soft. This had a harsher bite to it, like the powder you get when rock has been ground too fine. Volcanic ash, my brain helpfully supplied. I curled my toes, heart thudding. The sensation vanished, replaced instantly by the familiar scratchy polyester. I lifted my foot and checked the fibers. Same flattened brown mess as always. Nothing on my skin, no dirt, no dust, no explanation. Notebook hallway carpet feels grainy for 2 steps. 1:03 a.m., like ash. No visible residue. The more I wrote, the more I noticed. And the more I noticed, the more the apartment stopped feeling like a set of rooms and started feeling like a map being slowly redrawn. The air didn't behave right either. In most buildings, when the HVAC shuts off, there's a gentle glide down from white noise to nothing. The temperature drifts gradually. You barely notice it. In my unit, especially around 47, it started running more like a switch. The vent would blow that steady roar of mechanically warmed air, filling the silence. Then, at the exact moment, the microwave clock clicked to a new minute it would cut. The fan wouldn't spin down. It would stop. The sound would drop out like a track muted on a mixer. Within 10 seconds, the room would feel colder. Not the thermostat is 1 degree lower, colder. A sharp, almost metallic chill would hit the back of my throat. The hair on my arms would rise. The air against my skin felt thinner, like I'd opened a door to higher altitude. I tried recording it on my phone, propping the device up on the coffee table with a decibel meter app open, watching the little bars bounce. The drop in sound level showed up clearly, vent on, vent off, but microphones can't measure the way your bones react. The wind sound came back in a new way. Before, it had been mostly tied to electronics, TV speakers, phone headset. Now it seemed to crawl out of the walls. One night, I sat at the tiny kitchen table eating reheated pizza, the clock on the stove, showing 10:46 p.m. The fridge hummed behind me. My upstairs neighbor's footsteps thudded overhead in some inscrutable pattern. At 10:47, the fridge compressor shut off. The neighbor stopped walking. The building inhaled. Behind the closed bathroom door, a soft hiss began. Not plumbing, not the faint, steady roar of the fan I'd left the switch off. This was higher, intermittent rising and falling in irregular breaths, like someone standing just on the other side, breathing through their teeth. My fork paused halfway to my mouth. The hiss grew sharper, then thinner, stretching out into something that tugged at the edges of familiar. It sounded like wind struggling to squeeze through a narrow crack, fast and cold, and strangely frustrated. I stared at the door. The cheap white paint reflected the weak kitchen light, turning it into a flat, blank slab. I didn't open it. 60 seconds later, the sound faded. The upstairs footsteps resumed. The fridge kicked back on. Life resumed its fake normal. Notebook wind sound from behind bathroom door. 10:47 p.m. No fan, no window in there. Another night, I lay in bed staring at the hairline crack in the ceiling above my head, the one that looks like a crooked river on a bad map. The bedroom was dark, except for the glow of the alarm clock digits 12:46 a.m. and the faint rhythmic thump of bass from someone's car outside. I heard it before the clock changed. A thin rushing sound directly above me in the ceiling. Not the heavy clank of pipes, not the muffled stomp of a neighbor. This was lighter, like fast-moving air brushing over some uneven surface. Snow, my brain whispered. It sounded like snow driven sideways across packed ice. The clock flipped to 12:47. The sound intensified for just a breath, as if whatever space it was moving through had narrowed, focusing the noise. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then softened, then was gone. Notebook ceiling wind, above bed, 12:47 a.m. But the worst was the footsteps. By then, I'd gotten used to the building's rhythms, the way Mrs. Rodriguez in 2B walked with a distinctive shuffle and pause, the way the guy in 2D stomped, like every trip to the fridge was an emergency. I could tell who was in the hallway by sound alone. These weren't hallway footsteps. It was a Wednesday. I was on the couch, lights off, not watching anything, just existing, trying not to feed the thing in my head. The microwave showed 11:45 p.m. My phone was in the kitchen, face down. The laptop was still locked away. The TV cord lay unplugged where it always did now, a line I refused to reconnect. The building felt quiet in that way that makes you aware of how much empty space is stacked above and below you. At 11:47, the HVAC cut out. Silence. Then outside my front door on the other side of the thin wood and cheap deadbolt, I heard it crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. It was the sound of a boot sole compressing thin snow over something harder. Not a squeak, our hallway is carpeted a flat industrial gray. Not the soft thump of stockinged feet. This had texture. I held my breath. The sound repeated. Slow, deliberate. Not moving past my unit, staying right in front of it, the pauses stretching just long enough for my heart to pound out 3 beats between each step. Crunch. Silence. Crunch. The peephole darkened for a fraction of a second, like someone had leaned in close to look through from the other side, an impossible inversion that sent a chill down my spine. I didn't move. My body locked up so completely, my fingertips tingled. The urge to glance at the door fought with the certainty that if I did, I'd see something I could never make myself unsee. After what felt like an entire night, but was probably less than a minute, the sound stopped. The building exhaled. A toilet flushed somewhere down the hall. A car alarm chirped faintly in the lot. I stayed frozen until my legs cramped. Notebook entry written with a hand that still shook 20 minutes later, 11:47 p.m. Footsteps outside door. Sounded like snow on compacted ground. Hallway carpet is dry. By that point, the list of entries had grown into something that didn't look like a coping mechanism anymore. It looked like field notes from a place I didn't remember choosing to visit. My one bedroom near I-25 had become a trail. The bedroom was the base. The hallway an exposed traverse that sometimes sloped the wrong way. The living room was a kind of gray plateau where the light was never quite the same color twice. The bathroom door might as well have been a blind corner in the fog. The only difference between my place and that ridge on Mount Fuji was that there were walls. For now, there's a particular kind of insomnia where your body is exhausted, but your brain insists it's a research assistant. That's the kind I had the night I decided to find out who T really was. It was just after midnight. Denver outside my window had settled into that muted state where traffic thins and the city's noises turn into a low, constant murmur. My blinds shivered faintly every time a truck rolled past on I-25, the vibrations traveling up through the concrete and into my walls. The fridge in my kitchen vibrated with a strange resonance, a little lower than usual, like a far-off avalanche rolling down some distant slope. The neighbor's washing machine rumbled through the shared wall, the spin cycle sounding weirdly like rocks tumbling. I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop open screen casting a rectangle of cold light across the chipped laminate. My notebook lay beside it, pen, uncapped a dozen entries about slopes and footsteps, and wind scribbled down in my own increasingly cramped handwriting. I told myself I wasn't feeding the obsession. I was just getting context. If this thing had started with one man on one mountain, maybe understanding him would make the rest of it feel less like a curse, and more like a really ugly statistical fluke. So I typed his name, or what I thought was his name. The night of the fall, I hadn't been 100% sure how to read his username. It had looked like a variant of Tetsu or Tedu, or just T half Roman letters, half kana. The stream had ended with an error screen, not a profile page, and the account had been scrubbed not long after. But I'd saved a screenshot early on one of his breaks, where he'd tilted the camera up to show the view, his handle visible in the corner. I pulled that image up now, zoomed in until the pixels blurred. There it was, a mix of katakana and Latin letters, enough for a search engine to sink its teeth into. I started simple, his handle in quotes, plus Fuji Shan Pei Shin Dong, Mount Fuji Stream Winter. The first page of results was useless news articles about generic winter climbing accidents, forum threads about gear, a couple of clickbait pieces about influencer dies during livestream. None of them were specific enough to be him. No names, just a man in his 40s. I added 2019 and Dongshan Pei Shin Shigu, Winter Mountain streaming accident. The net tightened. An old news article from a regional Japanese station popped up, cached in some translation site I'd never heard of. The original page was gone, but the text remained clinging to the internet like a stain. I copied the headline into an auto-translator. It came back clumsy but clear enough: middle-aged man dies during live broadcast on Mount Fuji winter ascent. The article itself was short. They always are for stories like this. A man in his late 40s. Attempted winter climb. No proper equipment. Was live streaming via smartphone when he slipped near the summit and fell. Body recovered the next day, roughly 1,000 meters below. Authorities urging climbers not to attempt winter ascents without experience. No name, but the date matched. The approximate time, too. They used Zhao Zhao, early morning Japan time, which lined up almost perfectly with my microwave clock's 11:47 p.m. in Denver. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. I could have stopped there. For a sane person, that would have been enough proof that he'd been real, that what I'd seen wasn't some ARG or viral marketing stunt. Real man, real mountain, real consequences. Case closed. But the thing about having a hole in your life is that you start poking at the edges just to feel something. I started digging sideways. Google's results dried up quickly. So I moved to Japanese search engines, copying and pasting phrases I barely understood, leaning on translation tools like crutches. Winter livestream Fuji accident. Office worker falls while streaming. Mount Fuji smartphone broadcast death. Each term tweaked slightly, each time window expanded. On a small personal blog hosted on a free Japanese platform, I found a post titled, "I used to watch that Fuji guy's streams." The author wrote about a middle-aged salaryman who had taken up streaming late-night walks and small hikes as a hobby. They never mentioned his handle directly, maybe out of respect, maybe out of fear of brigading, but the description matched T with uncomfortable precision. They mentioned his age, 47. They said in his day job, he'd worked in some kind of office role, desk work for a mid-size company, the kind of place with fluorescent lights and gray partitions the same everywhere in the world. He lived in a small apartment outside Tokyo, single, no kids. Sometimes he pointed the camera at his balcony and complained about the neighbor's laundry blocking his view. He'd done other hikes before lower mountains, well-marked trails. Viewers in the comments always called him reckless but funny. There was a kind of affection in the way they said it, like watching an uncle doing something dumb at a barbecue. The blogger embedded an old clip that somehow still existed, probably re-uploaded under the radar, lower resolution, cropped to avoid detection. I clicked it and held my breath. T was in a park, at night, phone held at arm's length. The image was grainy street lamps casting circles of light trees, silhouetted black against a dark sky. He wore the same thin jacket I remembered from the mountain, unzipped at the neck, a cheap scarf tucked in. He was laughing. The subtitles added by whoever reposted it translated his words. "People in chat say I'm crazy," he said, nodding toward the camera. "They say I'll die on stream one day." He grinned, the corners of his eyes wrinkling behind fogged-up glasses. "Well, if I do, at least it'll be good content, right?" He said it like a bit. A joke. The way we all say, "This will kill me," when we mean, "This is exhausting." Chat spammed laughing emotes. He bowed theatrically and jogged toward the darkness between two lampposts. I watched that clip 3 times. Each time I tried to see some omen in his eyes, some hint that he knew more than he let on. All I saw was a guy in his mid-40s chasing relevance the only way he knew how, by doing something slightly dumber than yesterday. Another link on the blog led to an archived version of his old profile page, scraped before the platform took it down. The Wayback Machine had caught a snapshot from late summer 2019. It contained a few lines of bio in Japanese, which translated roughly to "salaryman by day, wandering idiot by night." I like mountains, vending machines, and talking with strangers. Thank you for keeping me company. Under that, a schedule late-night slots mostly. 23, 01, JST, sometimes 02, perfect windows for night owls in Japan, insomniacs in the US, weird shift workers in Europe. Scrolling through, I saw old stream titles, convenience store, walk night, river, rooftop view, and realized there had been a pattern all along, even before Fuji. He'd built a small, recurring audience of people like me, people who couldn't sleep, who wanted someone else's wandering to fill their own static. In the comment sections, preserved under some of those archived VODs, I found familiar languages: English, Japanese, bits of Spanish, even what looked like Russian. The usernames blurred together, but a few popped up repeatedly. "You're crazy, man, but I love it. Don't fall, LOL, this is my favorite late-night channel." Under a post about his last normal hike 2 weeks before the Fuji attempt, there was a comment that made my stomach tighten. Translated, it read, "If something happens to you, we'll all be witnesses, right? That means we're part of the story too." 2 replies down, someone had responded, "Careful what you wish for." In horror movies, the audience isn't safe either. I traced that commenter's handle, following threads, cached pages, dead links. On a tiny Japanese message board, with a thread about creepy coincidences after live stream accidents, I found a handful of posts referencing the Fuji incident. Most were the usual internet morbid curiosity. Did anyone save the video? I heard he said something before he fell. Was it fake? But buried among those were a few that didn't fit the usual pattern. I was watching when he fell. 2 days later, I cut my hand at work, needed stitches. Maybe unrelated, but felt weird. My husband was in the chat that night. Next morning, car hit his bike on way to station. He's okay, but unsettling timing. Anyone else feel like that wind followed them after? Hard to explain. Just a strange feeling in my apartment. No one connected it directly. It was couched in maybe and probably, and I know this sounds stupid, but the internet's disclaimers around things it's afraid to say out loud. Could it all be coincidence? Absolutely. People get hurt every day. Life trips you even when you're not watching someone else plummet off a mountain in real time. But as I scrolled, knuckles whitening on the edge of the table, it didn't feel like coincidence. It felt like a pattern reaching back toward me. The idea lodged itself in my brain like a splinter. Maybe T wasn't the only one who'd gone over. Maybe the audience had been pulled along with him one by one in smaller, less obvious ways. Tiny gravities tugging at them in the days and weeks after turning near misses into collisions, strange noises into invitations. I stared at the glow of the screen, at the little black text boxes against white backgrounds. My reflection hovered faintly, overlaid on the browser window. My own eyes looked back at me, hollow in the glass. Late-night addict to other people's risk. That's what I was. What I had been long before tea ever hit my recommended list. I'd started with harmless stuff, urban explorers poking around abandoned malls, guys camping in sketchy national forests, people climbing rooftops in cities I'd never visit. I told myself it was harmless because I wasn't the one dangling off the ledge. But sitting there listening to the city mumble through my sealed windows, the fridge humming at that weird low avalanche pitch, the neighbor's washing machine grinding like rolling rocks, it suddenly didn't feel harmless. It felt participatory. I scroll. They jump. We all move a few inches closer to the edge together. I flipped back through my notebook with the hand that wasn't on the trackpad, skimming my own entries. 11:47 wind behind door. 11:47 footsteps like snow outside. 2:19 hallway slope. 10:47 gray-white light at blinds. The timestamps lined up with the old archives in a way I didn't want to examine too closely. His schedule. My schedule. Their comments about accidents days after watching. I thought about the Discord call about Dan in Toronto and the crash and the article that appeared minutes later. The balcony. The timing. The echo of a fall inside a fall inside a fall. I closed the laptop gently like it might break if I was too rough. The kitchen dimmed, collapsing back into its normal shapes. The only light left came from the microwave clock and the faint smear of the city through the blinds. In the silence, I could hear every little vibration in the building, the endless seismic murmur of a structure settling under its own weight. For the first time since this started, I had the distinct and unwelcome sense that whatever was happening to me wasn't just a haunting. It was a chain. If you write something down enough times, it stops looking like a number and starts looking like a threat. I realized that sitting at my kitchen table with my notebook open first page to last every line of ink, suddenly rearranging itself into a single repeating pattern. 11:47. It was everywhere. Circled, underlined, boxed. HVAC cuts, 11:47 p.m. Footsteps like snow, 11:47. Notification glitch, 11:47. Dan's fall synced to 11:47. Some entries had question marks. Others had little arrows connecting them to each other, spider webs of ink between timestamps and descriptions. But the constant, the anchor, was always the same the minute everything tipped. I ran the pen's tip over one of the circles until the paper went soft. This all used to be that one night, I thought. 1 minute on a mountain I wasn't even on. Now it's every night. Every room. Every wall. I flipped back to the first page, the one where I'd logged the original stream. The handwriting was more relaxed there, back before I started writing, like I was trying to outrun something. Clicked random Fuji winter stream 11:40 p.m. approx. 280 viewers at first. He kept climbing, chat arguing, fall around 11:47, stream error. Below that, in smaller cramped letters I'd added later, remembered seeing viewer count spike right before slip. The memory flickered back into my head, bright and sharp. T's phone bouncing as he shuffled across that glassy ice. The wind tearing through his mic. The chat turning into a wall of characters I couldn't read fast enough. And in the corner above the feed, the viewer count rolling like a slot machine. I hadn't thought it was important then. Just the algorithm doing its thing, people clicking in after seeing the stream, shared morbid curiosity piling up in real time. I'd been too focused on his footing, the way his sneakers squeaked and slipped. But once I started writing everything down, the numbers wouldn't leave me alone. On a whim that didn't feel like mine, I opened my laptop, turned off Wi-Fi, and pulled up the exported chat logs and forum screenshots I'd saved. Bits of the Discord fragments of the subreddit thread, cached comments from people who'd been there that night. Toronto Dan's first post from before the call, I swear the viewer count jumped from like 300 to 20,000 the last few seconds. Somebody from the UK. For me, it showed 12501 right before it cut, but my friend says 8901, then error. A Japanese commenter machine translated, thought it was weird that the last number stayed 1 on, even when total changed. Other posts echoed the same thing in different ways. I remember it being 9301 when he said, I'm slipping. Mine said 45001, felt crazy high for that time of night. I blinked and it went from a few hundred to something 01 and then error. Everyone remembered a spike. None of them agreed on the total. But thread after thread, one detail punched through the noise. The last 2 digits were always 0 and 1. I scrolled heart-thudding until I found one of my own replies from weeks back. I'd written it half awake late at night before everything escalated. I could have sworn it said 28901 right before the fall. There was this weird pause where the number sort of hung there. 28901. I stared at the 01 like it might start moving on its own. It hit me then, not as a thought, but as a sudden drop in my stomach, like an elevator falling 1 floor too fast. What if the disagreement wasn't bad memory? What if everyone's number was right for them? If each viewer saw themselves as a specific position in whatever that count represented, then the last digits weren't random. They were personal, a marker, a tag. If Dan remembered 2001, maybe he was viewer 1 in a set of 20,000 hollers. If someone else saw 12501, they were viewer 1 in that subset. A sliding window of watchers, each one labeled quietly in the back end. And me, 280-something at the start, then right before the slip, that brief flash in the corner. I'd written 28901 ages ago and forgotten about it. Now it felt like a confession I'd left for myself. Viewer 28901, or stripped down to the part that mattered, viewer 1, I closed the laptop slowly, my fingers stiff. The fridge's low hum buzzed under the table like buried electricity. Outside, a car rolled through the lot, its tires crunching on thin ice. The sound was distant normal, but layered over it, faint and high, I could hear something else. Wind, not from the vents, not through the glass, somewhere else. Inside the drywall, the wiring, the bones of the building. I stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor. The motion felt weirdly heavy, like the room had more gravity than it should have. In the living room, the TV loomed against the far wall, a dead rectangle in the dark. The power cord lay exactly where I'd left it, unplugged, coiled loosely like a snakeskin on the carpet. I'd taken every precaution. Unplugged, removed streaming stick, killed Wi-Fi on the set. No power, no input, no anything. It didn't help that I knew what that meant on a technical level. A dead circuit is a dead circuit. Glass, plastic, metal, no current, no interface. So when I saw the overlay, my brain didn't have a drawer to put it in. I didn't turn the set on. I didn't touch the remote. I walked into the living room and stopped just short of the coffee table, staring at my own reflection in the black glass. At first, that's all there was, the faint outline of my face, the green glow of the microwave in the background, a ghost of the window blinds. Then, very slowly, as if someone had adjusted the opacity slider on a graphic layer, text faded into view. White, crisp letters. No glow from behind, no backlight. Just words floating in the dark, like someone had written on the inside of the panel with a pen made of light. Centered in all caps, replaying fall below it. Slightly smaller, viewer 00001. Under that, in a boxed button with a subtle border, ready. My reflection darkened behind the UI like the screen had decided it only needed one of us visible. I didn't move. The air in the room changed. Not in temperature, at least not in any way that a thermometer would care about, but in texture. The hair on my arms lifted slowly, one by one. A prickle crawled up the back of my neck. The wind sound rose around me, not through the phone, not from a speaker. It came from everywhere at once, a thin hiss through the air vent above the couch, a faint rush behind the light switch by the door, a soft, almost inaudible sigh from the electrical outlet near the baseboard. It was in the building's nervous system, traveling along copper and steel, vibrating in the screws, holding my apartment together. My notebook lay open on the coffee table, earlier entries catching the light from the microwave. 11:47 circled, underlined, drawn into little spirals. My pen rolled slightly, as if the slant of the floor had changed. Replaying fall, viewer 0001. Ready. The words didn't change. There was no countdown, no progress bar, just a fixed invitation. Or a threat. Something inside me shrank back. Another part leaned forward. Because beneath all the fear, beneath all the rationalizations and therapy and unplugged electronics, something about that line felt inevitable. Replaying fall. If I'd been viewer one and whatever that spike was, if that moment had stamped itself onto me the way I'd started to suspect, then none of this was random static. It was a script being cued again, waiting for me to hit play. And here's the thing, they don't tell you about hauntings. After a while, hiding gets harder than facing it. Every minute avoiding the screen was another minute listening for footsteps that might or might not be there. Another 11:47 marked in the notebook with a new variation on the same theme. Another night of checking my phone, my TV, my laptop like a paranoid security guard. The wind hissed, trailed off, and hissed again, syncing up weirdly with my heartbeat. I thought about T's old clip, the one where he laughed and said, "If I die on stream, at least it'll be good content." I thought about his tiny late-night audience scattered across time zones, keeping him company while he walked around in the dark. I thought about the blog comment witnesses and the message that had appeared on my TV weeks before. "You stayed until the end last time. Don't close the stream this time, Mike." Maybe I was never just a watcher. Maybe the act of staying, of watching all the way through the fall, of not clicking away when things got ugly, had written me into the code somehow. Marked me as primary, a reference point, viewer 0001. If that was true, then whatever was haunting me didn't just want to scare me, it wanted participation. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry like I'd swallowed snow. If you want me in a stream, I thought, half directed at the wind, half at the dead screen, then you're going to have to do it on my terms. Not as a passive audience, not as a glitching notification, not as an error message. If this thing wanted a replay, I would choose when to hit go live. The thought was insane, and it was the first one in weeks that didn't make me feel like prey. My eyes stayed locked on the text overlaid on the unplugged glass. Replaying fall, viewer 0001. Ready, all right, I said, voice flat, surprising myself. If you want to stream, we'll stream. The wind rattled in the vents once like something shifting its weight. I didn't know exactly how yet. I just knew that hiding from screens hadn't saved me. The signal had found ways around every safeguard I'd built. If the only way out was through, then maybe the only way to break whatever this was would be to step into its frame and look back. The TV stayed dark. The overlay didn't blink. In the notebook on a fresh page, I wrote, "Plans start my own stream." Not as a viewer, as the one talking. If this thing is using live video to reach through, maybe I can force it to show itself. My hand shook, but the letters were legible. The wind in the walls subsided to a low murmur like distant applause. If you're hearing this, it means I actually hit go live. That was the part that scared me the most. Not the wind in the vents, not the footsteps outside my door, not even the words on the unplugged TV. Just that stupid, ordinary button in the corner of the screen that every teenager in a basement clicks without thinking. I'd been thinking about it for weeks. I'm Mike, by the way. You already know that by now if you've been with me since the beginning of this story. The fake name, the real apartment near I-25 in Denver, the notebook full of 1147s. But what you might not realize is that everything I've told you so far, the mountain, the fall, the Discord call, the footsteps in the hall, that's not just a story I'm typing up for some horror channel. It's the script for the stream I'm doing right now. I wrote it sitting right here on this same couch, the laptop on my knees, the TV blank behind me like a dead eye. I filled page after page with what I remembered, what I heard, what I saw. Not because I wanted to heal or process the way my therapist would phrase it, but because I needed something to read from when the time came. Something to keep my voice steady when the clock hit that minute. You can call this a confession, or a report, or an invitation. I'm honestly not sure which one it is. The setup itself was mundane. I borrowed a decent USB mic from a guy at work who records guitar covers on weekends. Trying streaming, he'd asked eyebrows up. Join the club, man. Yeah, I'd said. Something like that. On the night I chose, I picked a Thursday for no reason other than it felt liminal. I cleared my coffee table and set my laptop at one-end camera facing the couch. I angled the screen just enough so I could see chat without it blocking the webcam. The borrowed mic sat in front of me on a stack of old tech manuals. I didn't have a proper stand, so a book tower had to do. The TV loomed over my shoulder dark and unplugged its power cord coiled on the carpet, like a disclaimer I already knew wouldn't matter. I shut off the overhead light and turned on the small lamp beside the couch instead. It cast a warm little pool over the cushions, leaving the rest of the room in softer shadow. I wanted people to see me clearly, but I didn't want to feel like I was under interrogation lights. The microwave on the kitchen counter read 11:18 p.m. Green digits slightly crooked from years of being bumped when I wiped the surface. I had 12 minutes. I opened the streaming platform's dashboard with fingers that felt too big for the keys. The interface loaded title field, empty category drop-down, waiting, go live, grayed out until I filled something in. For the title, I didn't get cute. If I wanted strangers to click in to stay to listen, I had to give them exactly what they were looking for late at night. In the box, I typed, "I watched a man die on a live stream," and it followed me. No emojis, no caps lock, just the plain, ugly truth of it. Category just chatting. There was no option for haunting in progress. I selected my borrowed mic, checked the webcam preview. My own face stared back tired, older than I remember looking shadows under my eyes. The couch behind me. The TV farther back, a rectangle of nothing. I clicked Create Stream. The dashboard shifted to the live control panel. The Go Live button glowed red, waiting. 11:23. I put the headset on for a sound check, then stopped myself. No headset tonight. If there was going to be wind, I wanted it out in the open, not funneled directly into my ears. I unplugged the headphones and relied on the laptop's tinny speakers instead. I unmuted the mic and cleared my throat. The monitor showed my levels bouncing with each small sound. "Testing," I said quietly, watching the bar. 1, 2. The room answered with its usual background chorus. In the kitchen, the fridge hummed a low, steady vibration that I'd stopped noticing until I started using it as a metronome for my sanity. The faint hiss of traffic seeped through the window glass, a soft shh that never quite stopped. Somewhere down the hallway outside the elevator dinged, announcing someone's late-night ride to some other floor. "All right," I murmured into the mic. "So if you guys hear that hum, that's my fridge. That hiss is the highway. Elevator ding in the background. This is my life. This is what normal sounds like in here." I wasn't live yet, but I liked the idea of baking those sounds into the recording, grounding the story in the mundane. If something warped later, people would hear the before the bass line. I glanced at the clock again. 11:27, my mouth was dry. I took a long pull from the glass of tap water on the table. It tasted faintly metallic, the way it always did when the pipes had been idle for a while. My notebook lay open beside the laptop pages full of cramped handwriting. At the top of the current page, underlined twice, was Chapter 7, Final Stream, beneath that a few bulleted phrases explain metaframe. Tell them this is script, don't apologize. I'm really doing this, I said mostly to myself. The platform flashed a little warning in the corner. Remember to follow community guidelines. I almost laughed. If only they knew. I moved the cursor over the Go Live button. 11:29. I took one more breath, long and slow, feeling the air move in my chest. In, out. The fridge hummed. A car whooshed by outside. Okay, I whispered. Let's bring them in. I clicked. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the red live indicator popped up in the top corner of my preview window, and the viewer count appeared next to it. The timer started ticking, 0:10:002. I swallowed, forced a smile I didn't feel, and leaned toward the mic. Hey, I said. My voice sounded small in my own ears. If anyone's here yet, this is Mike. Not my real name, but it'll do for tonight. The number ticked up to 3. I'm doing this because I watched something a few months ago that I can't shake. A live stream. A guy on a mountain. And I think it's still happening to me. Or around me, or through me. I don't know. Anyway, this is going to sound insane, but I'm going to tell you exactly what happened in order. This is not creepypasta. I'm not here to prank you. I need witnesses that aren't in my head. The chat box flickered as the first messages came in. User 123, yo, what's this? Night Owl 89 sounds intense. Ghost Hunter, is this real or a story? I glanced at the comments and back at the camera. It's both, I said. It's real to me. And I've written it down as a story so I don't forget anything. I'm going to read from that, but I'll try to keep it conversational. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to bail, I get it. Just, if you're here at 11:47 my time, pay attention to what you hear in your own room, okay? The number climbed 23. 31, 42, the red live label in the corner looked smaller than the one I remembered from Fuji, but it still made my skin prickle. I wiped my palms on my jeans under the table where no one could see. For context, I continued, I live in Denver near I-25 in a one-bedroom that looks like every other one-bedroom in every other mid-priced complex in America. I do remote IT support. I'm used to being up late. My best friends most nights are my laptop, a dying plant, and whatever autoplay throws at me. I flipped to my notes for Chapter 1, the heading bold and dark. The night this started, I said, eyes skimming the first lines, was late October 2019, first snow in Denver. It was around 11:40 p.m., and I was bored out of my skull. As I began to read, my own voice became both narrator and subject, looping back on itself. I described the cheap blinds, the dim lamp, the microwave clock glowing green. I told them about the ash-colored thumbnail with Fuji in the title, the laughing man in the too-thin jacket, the way his footsteps had turned from crunch to squeak as the ice thickened under his sneakers. While I talked, the viewer count kept climbing. The chat rolled slowly at first, then steadier late-night lurker. This sounds like that Fuji accident H1K3R, I remember that clip. Modbot, please be respectful in chat. Yeah, I said, glancing at the comments. It is that Fuji accident. Or at least it started there. But the thing that scares me isn't that he died. It's what happened to the people who watched him do it. People like me. I tried to keep my tone even confessional rather than theatrical. I didn't want to sound like a horror host. I wanted to sound like what I was, a guy in a small apartment, finally saying the quiet part out loud. Behind the words, I was tracking something else. The clock, 11:34, 11:37. The fridge hummed a little lower, like it was paying attention. The elevator dinged somewhere down the hall. Outside, a motorcycle revved, then faded into the distance. I talked them through the slip, the way his phone had smacked into the snow, the white screen, his quiet, resigned. Well, it can't be helped before he disappeared over the edge. I told them about the gray error message, the thump from my upstairs neighbor that had made me jump. The viewer count ticked into triple digits, 1,1, 123, 147. In the chat, someone wrote, "Wind in the walls." I just turned my volume down, and I swear I still heard wind. I swallowed, throat suddenly tight. "Good," I said. "Keep track of that. Because in about 10 minutes, we're all going to pay attention together." As I kept talking about the news articles, the cached threads, the Discord call, Dan's cutoff sentence, and the article with the timestamp, I felt something shift in the room. Not a slam, not a jump scare. Just a slow tightening, like the air pressure before a storm. The microwave clock flipped to 11:40 p.m. On the screen next to the red live, the viewer count rolled to 289. The thing about telling a story live is you can feel in real time when people stop treating it like a story. At first, chat was just noise. User 123, okay, this is cool. Skeptic sounds like Mr. Ballin fanfic. TBH lurker, subscribed, let's go. I kept going anyway. And that's when my TV turned itself on at 11:47. I said, eyes flicking between my notes and the chat. Blank HDMI input, black screen, just a red live dot in the corner. No channel name, no interface, just whined in the speakers. The viewer count in the corner ticked 201, 218, 243. HDMI ghost, my Roku does that sometimes. LOL sleepy tech, this is anxiety, not ghosts, bro. Night Owl 89, wait, I had my TV turn on by itself at 2:47 a.m. last month. The skepticism softened into something more cautious. You could see it in the way the jokes thinned out, replaced by questions. Look, I said, leaning closer to the mic. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you exactly what happened. And you can decide what category you want to put it in, glitch haunting or whatever you call it, when a live stream doesn't end when the person dies. A few laughing emotes, a few yikes. I started talking about the Discord call, about Dan in Toronto and the way his audio had cut out mid-sentence, the crash, the thud, the way his icon stayed connected while he was already lying broken somewhere outside the call. Time of the accident was 1:47 a.m., his time, I said. My microwave clock read 11:47 p.m. Denver, London guy said it was 6:47 for him. Tokyo 3:47 in the afternoon. Every single one of us in that call can verify that. It's in the logs. Time sync that's weirdly specific. NGL Dan fan is Dan OK Opals. Reply PLS. Tell me he survived Mike stream. He's alive. Multiple surgeries. Not the point. Chat slowed for a second, like it was pausing to inhale. That's when the sound came in. At first, I thought it was in my head, the way it had been at 3 in the morning, lying in bed, staring at the crack in the ceiling. A faint hiss at the edge of awareness, easy to write off as tinnitus or the faint rush of blood in my own ears. Then I saw the mic levels jump. I glanced at the corner of the dashboard where the audio bar lived. My voice made it bounce in steady green peaks. Underneath a thinner, constant line crept along the bottom, never quite dropping to 0. The AC was off. The window was closed. The fridge was humming lower than usual, but not loud enough to register like that. Is anyone else hearing that? I asked, breaking from the script. Audio nerd, yeah, there's like a hiss, fan question. Is that a fan or semth wind? Turn down your background noise. MTN Kid sounds like straight up wind, no cap. I took my hands off the keyboard to prove I wasn't touching anything, sat back so they could see all of me in the room behind. No fan, I said. Nothing's running except the fridge, and that's... I paused, listening. Actually, that might have just stopped. The hum I'd been unconsciously leaning on dropped out, leaving the hiss painfully naked. It was wind. High, thin, distant like air being forced through a narrow gap between ice and rock. The kind of sound mics aren't great at capturing cleanly. The kind of sound I hadn't heard in my apartment until after that October night. I swallowed. The mic caught it. Okay, I forced a little laugh. So, either you're all very suggestible or something's coming through my audio that shouldn't be there. Either way, we keep going. I looked back at the screen and froze. Next to the platform's normal viewer count, 248, now a second counter had appeared. Same position, top right corner, but offset by a few pixels. Different font, too thinner, more old school, like something from a system overlay instead of a website UI. It read 0001 and it was ticking up. From 0001 to 007. 007 to 0023, 023 to 0048. While the platform counter climbed in its own way, 248 to 267 to 289, this ghost counter rolled separately, clicking through numbers that weren't synced to the actual audience. I felt my face go cold. Okay, I said, forcing my voice to stay level. I'm seeing something on my end that I'm guessing you are not. Chat exploded. What do you see? Share screen, show us. Cam freeze, your face just went white, bro. There's a second viewer counter, I said. Top right, different style. It started at 1. It's reading 259 now. It's not the platforms. It's not a plugin. I don't have overlays installed. Numguy, check your OBS overlay mic stream. I'm not using OBS. This is straight from the site. The ghost counter flickered, jumped to 0097, then 0113 like it was catching up to something, only it could see. I glanced at the laptop clock. 11:40 p.m., right on schedule. My life was starting to overlap with the story I was telling. I took a breath and pivoted, letting the script bleed into the present tense. So, for those of you just joining, I said this is exactly the kind of thing I've been dealing with since I watched that guy fall. UI that shouldn't exist. Numbers that don't match the platform. Extra live dots in corners where nothing's playing. And now you're here with me while it's happening. The chat had shifted from skepticism to nervous banter. Lol, sure, this is faker than Netflix, but I'm entertained. Sound on. Nah, the audio is messed up. F or reverb, dude. Your voice is glitching on my end. They weren't wrong. As I segued into the part about T's last climb, about the fence, ending the trail, narrowing his sneakers, slipping on that impossible ice, my own audio started to fracture. I could hear it in my headphones from the monitoring function I'd left on low. My words were coming out in my normal rhythm, but what came back was wrong. And he says, I'm slipping. And then, and he says, I'm slipping. And then the syllables stretched and blurred as if someone was grabbing little segments of my voice and pulling them out like taffy, then snapping them back together too fast. My vowels warped, consonants smudged. The wind didn't glitch. It stayed perfectly, even a steady stream of air screaming through a narrow camera mic that wasn't technically even on. I watched my own reflection in the laptop screen twitch in little increments out of sync with the audio in my ears by half a beat. It made me queasy. Lag, bro, your audio muffled. WTF is that sound under him? Windy City wind is insane. Debunker, nice filter, dude. I tried to push through my grip on the notebook so tight the pages crinkled. And right before he goes over, I said my own voice doubling and splitting in my ears. He says this thing in Japanese that everyone translates as, well, it can't be helped. And then he's gone. And that's when my stream cut. And that's when my im kuat. And that's when the laptop clock ticked to 11:45 p.m. The ghost counter jumped 0231, 0312, 0449. The platform count followed its own more human curve. 327, 362, 401. I looked up at the webcam, at the small green LED that told me it was on. If you're listening to this, I said, forcing the words out through teeth that wanted to chatter, I need you to pay attention to whatever room you're in right now. Don't just watch me. Listen. Is anything stopping? Is anything too quiet? As if on cue, something in my apartment obeyed. The fridge, which I'd almost forgotten had resumed humming, went silent mid-cycle. Not a fade. A cut. The low vibration under my feet vanished. The hallway outside my door, which had been intermittently popping with distant footsteps, and the occasional elevator ding, fell into a sudden unnatural stillness. No doors closing. No pipes sighing, just nothing. I couldn't hear my upstairs neighbor's TV anymore. That was the detail that really scared me. She always had it on. A permanent low murmur above my ceiling. It was like the building was holding its breath. The clock changed to 11:46. Both viewer counters began to race. Platform 401 to 442 to 509, a flood of people clicking in, maybe told by the algorithm that something was happening, maybe just bored insomniacs seeing a title that promised death. Ghost 049 to 0983 to 1721 in jumps and stutters, accelerating past any plausible rate. WTF happening, my lights flickered at 45, heater stop, my radiator just stopped. LMAO not funny, fan off, my ceiling fan shut off, and I didn't touch it. Wind on, I turned my volume to 0 and I still hear it. The wind in my apartment surged. It wasn't in the vents anymore. It was in the drywall, in the floor, in the cables coiled behind my TV. The lamp beside the couch trembled just enough for the shade to rattle a tiny tap-tap, like teeth chattering. I could hear my own breathing layering over the hiss in the mic, shallow and fast. Okay, I said, voice shaking now, not from performance, but from something more primitive. Okay, we're almost there. 11:47 is when it always. My audio doubled, my words back at me in a grotesque echo. We're almost there. 11, N4, Taisev. The laptop clock stuttered the colon between the numbers, blinking once, twice. 11:46 flipped to 11:47. Platform viewers 611, 703, 801. Ghost viewers 2001, 3501, 5891. Every device in my apartment that made noise went still. The fridge stayed off. The upstairs TV remained silent. The elevator didn't ding. Somewhere deep in the building, even the boiler seemed to shut up. The faint pipes groan I didn't know I relied on vanished. It felt like the entire structure had been picked up, carried to an open, frozen slope, and set down where the wind could finally hit it full force. In the sudden vacuum, the hiss in my speakers roared, stretching out and up, wrapping around my words like a hand closing over a mouth. Chat blurred into a vertical smear of white. For a moment, I wasn't sure if any of this was being recorded, or if everything after this sentence would only ever exist for the people watching live. At 11:47 p.m., the sound stops being background and becomes everything. One frame, I'm talking, trying to wrap words around, the way the numbers on my screen are climbing. And the next, it's like somebody has taken the volume knob on a storm and snapped it all the way to 10. The wind doesn't creep in. It slams through my headphones and into the room, a hard, tearing roar that makes the mic peak red and rattles the cheap lampshade beside the couch. The bulb flickers once, twice. For an instant, the room goes black, and all I see on my laptop preview is my own ghosted outline under a veil of crawling white static. Snow. Tiny bright flecks slide across my image over my face, my sweatshirt, the shadow of the TV behind me, as if the stream itself is being filmed through falling flurries now. It doesn't look like the usual pixelated artifact mess. It looks granular, cold. Chat is still racing, but above it, like a banner dropped in from another layer, a message appears and pins itself to the top. No username, no avatar. The text is in a heavier, sharper font than the platform uses, white on a dull gray bar that doesn't match any UI element I've ever seen there. Thank you for staying until the end, Mike. My mouth moves, but I don't hear whatever noise comes out. The wind burrows into the mix, ripping the edges off my consonants. The audio bar on the dashboard shows my voice as a thin jitter under one long green block of noise. Another line fades in beneath the first, same style, same wrongness. Thank you for staying until the end, everyone. There are 100 things I should probably do right then. Call someone. Shut everything off. Run. What I actually do is lean forward and look straight into the webcam, because this was always the plan, wasn't it? To use this as a message in a bottle in case the bottle ever washes up somewhere, other people can find it. If you're hearing this, I say, or think I say, my own voice comes back, warped and distant in my speakers. You're not in the live chat. You're not here with me in this apartment right now. You're watching a replay. The static pulses across my face, thickening around my eyes and mouth like frost forming on glass. That means one of two things: I go on forcing the words past the pressure in my chest. Either I clicked end stream tonight and this file got saved, or I didn't click anything and it still did. The platform's viewer counter is in the low thousands now. It's jumping in big, improbable leaps. 1,803, 2, 1, 18, 2, 947, as if someone has opened a floodgate somewhere in the recommendation system. Next to it, half overlapping it, the ghost counter I described earlier churns through numbers too quickly to read. Every time it pauses for a heartbeat, though the last two digits are the same, 01. You're probably watching this on some horror channel, I say, maybe with a thumbnail and a title that looks like clickbait. Maybe it auto-played while you were half asleep. Maybe you searched for something true and scary, and this popped up. I let that sit a second. The wind fills the gap. Either way, I add quieter. Now you're part of the audience just like I was. Just like the people in that first Fuji stream were. And I'm starting to think that's the only thing that really matters to whatever this is. My living room starts to tilt. It's not dramatic. It's not a funhouse effect. It's something you'd miss if you weren't sitting on the furniture, if you weren't used to how it normally feels under you. The couch shifts under my weight, a slow roll like one of the back legs has sunk deeper into the floor. My body compensates automatically, sliding a fraction of an inch forward. My feet press harder into the carpet. Except the carpet doesn't feel like carpet anymore. Under my socks, the soft fibers are gone. In their place is a thin, grainy layer that gives way with a dry, brittle crush when I move my toes. Volcanic ash. I don't look down. I don't want to see gray streaks where there should be beige. Behind me in the laptop preview window, the unplugged TV is no longer just a dead rectangle. The glass is too dark, too deep. The reflection that should show the back of my head and the curve of the couch doesn't line up. Instead, in that dark pane, I see a figure standing where my living room wall ought to be a few steps back, as if the room keeps going out onto a ridge. He's wearing a thin winter jacket, hood up shoulders hunched against a wind that buffets him sideways. His outline is grainy, blurred like footage zoomed in too far. For a fraction of a second, he seems to be facing away from me, looking down at something below the frame. Then the hooded head turns just a little. not enough to give me a face. Enough to let me know he's aware of the camera, of me sitting in front of it, of you sitting in front of your own. Here's the part I say voice thinning, where I'm supposed to give you some comfort, tell you it's just stress, or an algorithm, or unresolved guilt. Something neat you can tuck back into a box when this video ends. I swallow. I don't have that, I say. I push my hands against my thighs and rise to my feet. The couch responds like packed snow, compressed and slow to release. My soles skid a fraction on the ash texture carpet before catching. I steady myself on the edge of the coffee table. The notebook there has already begun to slide toward the laptop, just slightly, its top edge no longer parallel with the table's. The camera angle tilts up with me. The static dances harder now, like flakes caught in a gust. I should end this, I mutter, and it's not clear whether I'm talking to the chat to you or to the empty space just off screen. I should kill the mic, kill the camera, pull the plug. Before I think it's the last word never makes it. The wind rears up a solid wall of sound that obliterates everything else. The meters on the dashboard slam to the top and stay there. Underneath that, like a hammer hitting concrete 2 floors up, a sharp, distant thud cracks through the noise. It could be my upstairs neighbor dropping something heavy. It could be a car door out in the lot. It could be the sound a body makes when it meets a new surface at the wrong angle. You don't hear me hit end stream. You don't hear me swear or laugh it off or explain what happened. The recording you're hearing now doesn't contain any of that. Instead, there's a smear of motion, a smear of snow static, and then silence as the wind drains out of the file like somebody closing a hatch. What's left is this last part. The part I'm saying directly to you, wherever you are, however late it is where you're sitting. Right now, as you're listening, I can hear it again. Not here. Not just here. On your side. That same thin wind I first heard through a stranger's phone mic on a mountain in Japan, threading its way out of the cheap speakers on your laptop. The tiny driver in your phone, the headphones pressed against your ears. Curling around the edges of your room, sneaking under your door, settling in the corners. If you turn the volume all the way down, it won't make a difference. That's not where it is anymore. Check the sounds you're used to. The hum of your fridge, the whoosh of your heater, the faint traffic outside, the neighbor's TV through the wall, the box fan in the corner. Just notice whether any of them shut off all at once. If you're unlucky enough to glance at the time and see your clock roll over to 47, whatever hour you're in, you might feel the air in your room change just a little. Thinner, sharper, like someone opened a door you can't see. You won't see the counter that goes with it. Not the one that matters. Not the one that isn't on the platform's servers. But it's there. Somewhere just out of frame, just beyond the border of whatever screen you're using, something is keeping track. Every new view, every replay, every person who stays until the end. And the number, it's still ticking upward. What makes this story unsettling isn't just the ghostly wind or the glitching viewer counters. It's the way it quietly exposes something very human about the way we watch tragedy now. At the surface level, it's a horror tale about a cursed live stream and a man who becomes haunted simply because he stayed until the end. But underneath that, there's a more grounded, real-world fear how easy it is to sit behind a screen late at night and forget that what we're watching has consequences for someone else's actual body, actual life. Mike starts as a familiar figure, a lonely night worker filling quiet hours with random videos. That's not malicious. It's just modern life. The internet becomes his companion when the city goes to sleep. The story taps into that reality with all the small details, the hum of the fridge, the glow of the microwave clock, the muffled TV upstairs. It's an ordinary American apartment, an ordinary man doing what so many of us do when we can't sleep: scroll, click, watch. The turning point isn't just when T falls on Mount Fuji. It's when Mike realizes he kept watching even after sensing that things were wrong. The haunting, in a metaphorical sense, is guilt and fascination mixed together. He knows he witnessed someone's final moments and did nothing but stare. The curse amplifies that truth. The more he obsesses, the more the stream follows him, threading itself through his devices, his schedule, his thoughts. There's also a subtle positive lesson about boundaries and responsibility. Technology gives us front-row seats to everything: disasters, accidents, breakdowns. The story reminds us that being a viewer isn't neutral. Attention has weight. It affects algorithms, creators, and sometimes even our own mental health. Mike's decision to tell his story live, to turn from passive watcher into active confessor, is a small act of reclaiming that responsibility. Instead of hiding from what he saw, he faces it, names it, and warns others. The supernatural elements wind bleeding through speakers' UI that shouldn't exist. The sense that the mountain is slowly reshaping his apartment can be read as a heightened version of something very real: how trauma and obsession change the way our spaces feel. A hallway becomes a trail. A TV becomes a window we don't fully trust. The story suggests that if we're not careful, the things we consume can change the texture of our daily lives without us noticing until it's too late. Yet there is a quiet strength in the way Mike speaks. He doesn't ask for pity. He doesn't pretend to have answers. He simply tells the truth as he experienced it and leaves room for the listener to decide what to believe. In a time when so much online content is about performance, that kind of honest, vulnerable storytelling is its own form of courage. So maybe the real invitation here is not just to be scared, but to reflect: how has what you've watched late at night stayed with you, and what kind of relationship do you want to have with the stories and the people on the other side of your screen?